According to Leah and Katz, curriculum should help children make deeper and fuller understanding of their own experience. Our dear participants, this is the online capacity building for school heads on curriculum and delivery and innovative under the new normal. Happy morning, everyone. It is indeed a happy morning for all of us since we are looking forward for a day of fruitful learning experiences, learning opportunities, and of course, a day of realization that we are doing great and we will keep on doing great as we continue to provide quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating education. Today, we will focus on the heart of education, and that is the curriculum. Topics about curriculum implementation, curriculum delivery, and curriculum innovation will be discussed to us today. Of course, none other than the expert under the Curriculum Implementation Division of the SDO Pampanga. Well, I can feel the excitement of our participants, even we are here in the virtual platform. So let us start this activity by starting with an nationalistic song or the singing of the Philippine national anthem to be sung by Ma'am Norely C. Baluyot, Alternative Learning System Specialist of the West Sector. In one nationalistic voice, let us all sing the Philippine national anthem with pride and dignity.
Bayang magiliw, penas na silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tulang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka masisingit, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit ng bukaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw na kailan kamay di magdidilim, lupa ng araw na aral, atit pagsinta, may langit sa piling mo, ang ligaya dapat may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you, Ma'am Norely. And now to show our pride as Kapampangan, let us sing the hymno ng Kapampangan with an audiovisual presentation.
Kapampangan miwag, hingleguan ganing alaya, gabunding pantas at marangal, sibul ning lubut karinaning tepangan, batis ning katalaruan, at panamdam makabalen, ligaya mi inye payapa, king malugod mong kandungan. Kapampangan sa lening leguan, Kapampangan sandalaning katimawan, Hilugin puso atin kang dambana. Luit ka, luit ka, palsintan ming kapampangan. Luit ka, luit ka, palsintan ming kapampangan. Kapampangan sa lening leguan, Kapampangan sandaling katimawan, hilugin puso atin kang damba. Luit ka, luit ka, palsintan ming kapampangan. Luit ka, luit ka, palsintan ming kapampangan.
In every activity, especially in our mission to serve the education community, the guidance of our Almighty God is what we need. And without Him, this will not be possible. To lead us with a soulful prayer, let us have Ma'am Mary Jane Ibe, Education Program Specialist 2 for ALS in the East sector. Ma'am Jane.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty and loving Father, we praise you and adore you. We come to you today asking for your blessings. As we are gathered together virtually for this training, O God, you are our eternal hope. Even in the midst of anxiety, you never fail us because your love is unconditional and unending during this time of uncertainty due to pandemic. We prepare to put our trust in you, and you know our fears and anxieties. We look to you to calm our hearts and remind us that you are a great comforter and a great healer. In this gathering, Lord, we remember and pray all our DepEd Pampanga family members who have been infected by COVID-19, especially those who are still in the hospitals and isolation facilities, that you grant them complete healings. Lord, as we are confronted with different issues and challenges in the delivery of quality basic education services under the new normal, grant us the courage and enthusiasm to exert more effort in performing our mandates for the betterment of our clienteles, the learners. May this meeting give way to resolve all the issues and challenges we are facing under the new normal. We ask all of this in the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you po, Ma'am Jane, for that very soulful prayer. Aside from feeding our body with nutritious foods, we should not starve our mind with knowledge and most especially wisdom. To feed us with food for thought, we have the ALSI specialist of the East sector, Sir Mary Franco. Sir Mary.
Engineer Edgar C. Domingo, Power 2 ASDS, ma'am. Sipagan and Dr. Melissa Sanchez, to our CID Chief, Dr. Celia R. Lacandale, to our PSDSS, and to all participants, the school heads. This morning, I am tasked to give you a food that you cannot eat literally, but I will make sure that you will be full. Please allow me to share my food for thought this morning. You can never be happy if you're always afraid to let go of what's comfortable, familiar. Sometimes those are the things that hurt us. But remember, when you have two good choices, always go with the one that scares you the most because that's the one that's going to help you grow. Mayap-ayabak po kaya katamongan, Sir Wesley.
Thank you po, Sir Mary, for that food for thought that will serve as our guide in this 3-day capacity building for school head. Since we are in the StreamYard and currently live stream at the Facebook, we cannot have our roll call, but instead, we will have a check-in activity. This is a simple activity done to gauge or to measure if our participants are ready to absorb all the learnings that is intended for today. So with that, let us have this check-in activity. Can I have the next slide po? The title of our check-in activity is Your Message to the World. Everybody is aware, and we cannot deny the fact that COVID-19 really affects the whole world, and education has no excuse. Can you imagine how that very tiny microscopic virus make us physically weak, mentally unhealthy, emotionally unstable, socially distanced, but spiritually strong? So what I want you to do now is to simply construct your message to the world. Lahat po ng participants natin sa FB Live can do this check-in activity. So here is the instruction. I'll be showing you 3 consecutive slides. Then what I want you to do is to take note of the messages you will receive from that specific slide. At the end of the 3 slides, please type your constructed messages in the comment box. So we will proceed first with our first slide. Ayan po. So you choose kung ano pong month kayo'y pinanganak. Then isulat nyo po muna sa ating comment box, pero wag nyo po munang isesend kasi meron pang kasunod yan. So ngayon, example po, September, isusulat nyo po sa ating comment box, when things go bad. Yan po. Tapos wag nyo munang isesend kasi may kasunod po yan. On my part, pinanganak ako ng June. So, ang akin po ay, you might be sad. Okay? So, magbigay tayo ng konting allowance for our mga kasamahan po natin sa FB page or sa FB group po natin. Kasi if I'm not mistaken, we are 12 seconds delay po. Again, your birth month. Tapos, isulat nyo lang po kung ano yung nakalagay na message. Now, let's proceed with the second slide po. Ayan, first digit of your birthday. In my case, ako po ay June 30. So I'll choose 3. Don't be sad. Keep on pushing because. I-type niyo po muna pero wag niyo po munang isi-send. Ayan, so we have 9 po ang ating mga choices dito. So check nyo lang po kung ano po yung first digit ng inyong birthday. Now let's proceed with the third slide. Last slide po ito. Ayan. First letter of your name. So we have A hanggang Z po dito. Ako po si Sir Wesley, so W. Don't be sad. Keep on pushing because letter W po nakalagay, you are doing great. Keep the passion burning. So pag po nasulat na po ninyo, ilagay na po sa ating comment, enter. At para po makita namin, yun po ang pinaka-check-in activity natin. And aside from that will serve as your evidence for this check-in activity, that will also serve as your message to the world. Okay po? Ayan, check natin sa FB group natin kung meron ng mga nagko-comment. Ayan, marami na. Hindi ko na mabasa sa sobrang dami. Ayan po, si Ma'am Lydia Canlas, nakita ko po. Si Ma'am Nina Rose, Ma'am Annette, ayan po. Later po, I'll check all of those. Titignan natin kung ano ba. You might be overwhelmed. Always remember your hardship. Nakalagay po dyan, Facebook user. Anyway po, maraming salamat po sa mga nag-respond, sa mga sumali po sa ating check-in activity. Later po, iisa-isahin po natin yan. And kung hindi po nagmamalabis, you can post that one po sa inyong mga wall. So we could create a very positive, a very friendly online atmosphere. Kahit at least sa Facebook man lang, positive po ang mga nababasa natin. Ma'am Lay Castro de la Peña, no matter how tired you, keep in mind, hindi ko nabasa. Okay po? So with that po, maraming salamat po sa mga nag-participate po sa ating check-in activity. Okay? Now po, again, I'm asking you to post them in your wall po so we could create a very positive online world po. Now, let's proceed with our next part of our program. Of course, what I have mentioned a while back, curriculum will always be the heart of the education. From the curriculum planning, implementation, evaluation, intervention, and now we are embracing another endeavor, which is curriculum innovation. And all of these are possible because of the leadership under the CID, and we are very proud to say that we are properly guided and directed because of her leadership. To welcome us in this another undertaking, let us welcome our ASDS in charge in the CID, the very kind, the very beautiful, and the very smart Madam Melissa S. Sanchez. Good morning po, Ma'am Mel.
Good morning. Thank you very much for that very generous introduction, Sir Wesley. And what a way to open our morning, with a very heartfelt prayer earlier, and then messages of affirmation, through that activity. Nag-enjoy ko din po yung sa akin. Sabi, when people judge you, do not lose hope. You are meant to succeed. Just keep pushing. So baka may mga kapareho po ako na ganun din yung affirmation. Maya payabak po kaya katamungan. Totoo po yan. No? We will just keep pushing despite and in spite of our circumstances. And we are happy because today you are joining us in this virtual activity of online capability training for school heads on the delivery of and innovation of curriculum under the new normal. I have enjoyed this run, when it was done with our supervisors, and now we are doing it in this leg, and our participants now are our school heads from the elementary schools and secondary schools. So we are happy to share the content of this capability building training. And we thank, of course, our Schools Division Superintendent, Engineer Edgar C. Domingo, for always supporting us with these endeavors. And this is spearheaded by the Curriculum Implementation Division team, headed by our Chief, Dr. Celia R. Lacanlale, and the rest of the CID team, for the Program Management team. Alam po namin, konting araw na lang, magbubukas na naman po tayo, and ang dami po nating activities within the week in preparation for the opening of classes. Although before, ang ina-anticipate talaga natin yung pagdating ng mga bata, yun yung kina-excite talaga natin. But now, nakakapanibago. Because when we look at our schools are ready. However, we miss the laughters. We miss the presence of our students, our learners in the schools. So really, then we realize that it's a different school year again, because we're doing it again this year. And a delivery of basic education without face-to-face engagement. So really, anong kailangan nating gawin? Kaya nga pinag-uusapan natin yung curriculum innovation because we have learned a lot of things. We have experienced some issues in the past school year, and therefore we are finding ways how we can actually address all of this. And the key is innovation. We have to do something new because we are confronting something different, no? So, kailangan i-adapt natin yung ating mga strategies depending on the situation that we are in. And right now, as we have read, as I have read, no, in a quote of Stephen R. Covey, sabi niya, to learn and not to do is not really to learn. To know and not to do is not really to know. No? So if we have discovered all the things that have been encountered for the past school year. So we have to do something about this. No? And this is one way of addressing, no, the gaps that we have seen, and at the same time to share with others the best practices also that we have done, no? Insofar as our implementation and delivery of the basic education is concerned. But behind that, there are theories that we also have to learn. And our resource speakers for today will help us understand and appreciate all this. So we welcome all our elementary and secondary school heads in this particular activity. I hope that you will give your undivided attention so that we can listen, no? And once again ponder over these things as we prepare ourselves for the opening of the school year. So, ang aking pong pagbati, no, ng National Teachers Month po sa ating lahat. Maya payabak po kaya katamungan. Keep safe and keep healthy, everyone.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Melissa, our ASDS in charge po sa CID and the ASDS in charge po sa ating West and South sector. Maraming salamat po. Keep safe daw po tayong lahat and keep healthy. With now po, to present the statement of purpose po for this 3-day capacity building for the school heads in curriculum delivery and innovation, we are very pleased to bring to you on the online platform our very own CID Chief, Mancellia R. Lacanlale. Mamsel.
A pleasant morning to everyone. My respect to our dear superintendent, Engineer Edgar C. Domingo, to our two lovely, smart, okay, beautiful ASDSS, according to Sir Wes, Dr. Melissa Sanchez, and Dr. Shirley Zipagan, our chief in the ESGO, Dr. Arceli Lopez, our EPSS, PSDSS school heads, and the CID family who are part of this endeavor, the DICT members led by Sir John Pagyasigi, the ESGO HRD team, led by Sir Jason and also Ma'am Tin. And to everyone, happy and blessed morning po. Kumusta ako ngan po? I hope all is well with you and your family as well. Okay, so this morning, I am tasked to report to you the different reasons or rationale behind why we are conducting this online capability training for school heads on curriculum delivery and innovation under the new normal. To tell you frankly, my dear school heads and supervisors, this has been planned way back in May. But unfortunately, we were not able to launch it, to implement it because of the many overlapping work in our division and higher offices as well. And we all know that in the dramatic shift in the educational landscape, we have met different issues and challenges, as mentioned a while back by our dear ASDS, Ma'am Melissa. And I think this online coaching is the safest, and the most feasible way in reaching to our educational leaders who are also being confronted with the many issues and challenges in the curriculum delivery under the new normal. And we are also faced with many realities during this time of pandemic, like for example our teachers losing also their interests and their focus particularly on their significant role and mandate in teaching, our learners facing also issues and challenges on how to learn better in different learning delivery modalities, our parents also, who are also confronted how to coach their children who are primarily at home. And some personnel in DepEd, motivation sometimes is dwindling because of many situations, particularly on the COVID-19 infestation in our community. And so this particular moment with you, my dear schoolhead, is an avenue for us to talk, to discuss ways on how we can improve the curriculum delivery, no, particularly as we open another challenging school year, SY 2021-2022. You will be coached by our supervisors and principal, select principal, on the new innovative ways on how we can deliver the curriculum better for improved learning outcomes, for improved teaching experience also of our teachers. You will be also coached on the different innovative and contextualized tools on how you can monitor not only instruction but also the different PPAs of the department. And aside from those topics, you will also be coached on how to distress in a while with the topic of Manfei. Also because seemingly we are all stressed with the COVID-19 amidst us. And if you're asking us why these topics in the 3-day training, in our training also with the region, it was shared to us that for the training needs of our teachers, they were able to gather the following. For the teachers, they want us to train them regarding teaching skills, okay, the use of learning materials, the use of classroom assessment, and also content mastery. For our school heads like you, school leadership and management, you want to know more about instructional supervision, particularly during this time of pandemic, the knowledge of the curriculum, competencies on educational planning, understanding of inclusive education, and the implementation of the SBM. All these were considered in the conceptualization of the proposal under this training that we will be implementing today and for the next 2 days. For the division personnel, just like us, schools division TA, we are asked about the frequency of assistance received by the schools from us. How many times are we conducting technical assistance in relation to our mandates? But I think the number of times is insignificant with the quality of the exchanges that can be given to our school heads to improve their situations as well. The next one is the type of assistance provided to schools in relation to the subject areas, assessment, planning, and M&E, program management, etc. So all these things, all these topics were considered in the formulation of our proposal for the online training for our school heads and also supervisors. My dear school heads, these are the objectives of today's training. Number one, to present curriculum implementation delivery for SY 2020-2021 through the gathered data. We all know that you were so tired in collating, in gathering data. Urgent data coming from the division office, but those data are very much important for decision making and for some adjustments or refinement also in the curriculum delivery. For number two, to describe the process in unpacking the most essential learning competencies, because you want to know more about curriculum delivery, how it can be delivered better. So one of the skills that you have to know is on unpacking. And number three, to examine curriculum innovation models which the school heads can utilize in addressing learning gap, achievement gap, and learning loss. From the data gathered in our summative test and also the other data gathered from the field in different topics, we have found out that indeed there was a tremendous learning gaps and learning loss among our learners. Later on, I'll be discussing that, and Sir June will be helping you out how you can come up with innovations to address this issue. For number four, describe the pandemic educational landscape and coping mechanisms for instructional leaders. Yes, we all know that we are facing the same issue together, the pandemic. But how can we cope with this tremendous challenge, particularly on our health? Ma'am Faye will be helping you out, okay, regarding coping mechanisms. For number five, to share updates on inclusive education implementation during the pandemic. Some schools are clamoring for inclusive education info. So this will be shared to you later on, no? Or yeah, tomorrow, no, by Sarah Well. For number six, explain pedagogical approaches that may be utilized under the new normal. So there are strategies and approaches which may not be applicable in our current situation. And thus, we are offering other innovative strategies and methodologies which our teachers can utilize. And as school heads, you can also coach your teachers on how to implement them better. For number seven, discuss instructional supervision under the new normal, utilizing also the contextualized tools developed by the division. We have developed I think 11 monitoring tools for instructional supervision for learning delivery modalities, which are already pilot tested and approved. And you will be utilizing those tools together with our EPSS, PSDSS, and school heads as well. For number eight, to review learning delivery modalities applicable in different contexts. We have just finished the last leg of our training for innovation, which is on radio-based instruction. And I think that is also one feasible learning delivery for the new normal. All right. And the meetings of our activities for today, as gleaned from our matrix, we have started at 8 o'clock and will be ending at 12 o'clock at noon time. But then again, you have ample time in the afternoon to share also your situation, best practices with your fellow school heads across your cluster and district as well in relation to the topics that we will be discussing today. So later at 8:30, where it's already 8:33 on my watch, we'll be discussing the Dataspeaks Bridging Learning Gaps. And at 10 o'clock to 11, the unpacking of the MELCs. 11 to 12, we'll be finishing off with the topic of Sir June on curriculum innovation models. For the day two, we will be starting from at 8 o'clock to 8:30 for our management of training to be facilitated, of course, by the PSDSS group today. I thank the ALS group for facilitating our opening program. At 8:30 to 9:50, we're going to have then the pandemic educational landscape and coping mechanisms for instruction leaders. So this particular topic was shared to us by Ma'am Manikan from the regional training that we attended. And I think this can be also applied by our school heads as you face also tremendous challenges during this time of pandemic. And then for 10 to 11, we're going to have the sharing of updates in inclusive education, which will be shared to you by Sir Ruel, or if not, by ALS member po, specialists of the CID. At 11 to 12 then, we're going to have the pedagogical approaches in this time of pandemic, the applicable, most viable approaches and strategies that can be utilized by teachers during this time of pandemic. This will be discussed to you, of course, by Ma'am Jane Valencia. For the third day, all right, our morning will start in an opening program, the management of learning, which will be facilitated by the group of the LR, Ma'am Evangelista and Sir Gary de la Cruz. And at 8:30 to 9:50, we're going to have the instructional supervision under the new normal, capturing, of course, the 11 contextualized tools in our division. It will be until 11 o'clock. So we're going to have in between a health break from 9:50 to 10. And at 11 to 12, we're going to have the topic of Dr. Bernadette Larit on what works in the new normal, effective implementation of the LDMs. So for the last day, you're going to have only two speakers, Ma'am Pascanlas and Ma'am Lerit as well. So this will be our meetings of activities for the 3 days. In the afternoon, you are free to share your experiences, no, your best practices to your colleagues within the district and also the cluster. And then you can also do your work, no, because we know you have plenty of work, no, preparing and finalizing your BELCOP. To everyone, marami pong salamat for attending this activity with us. I hope you're going to have not so challenging, no, school year this time because of the preparations, no, we have had last year and the adjustments that we are already doing prior to the opening of classes. Magandang buhay po sa lahat at mag-ingat tayong lahat.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Sel, our CID Chief, for giving us the statement of purpose as well as what will happen in the next 3 days of this capacity building for school heads. Okay po, check ko lang po ang aking slide. Okay po, next slide po tayo. Next slide pa po, last slide po. Ayan po. Okay po, before we end up, we would like to say thanks for giving us the opportunity to be part of the opening program for this capacity building for school heads po. Of course, kami po ay nilid ni Ma'am Mary Ann Bernadette Samson, our education program supervisor po ng MAPE, Music Arts, PE, and Health, together with Sir Roel F. Bondoc, Education Program Supervisor of Alternative Learning System. We also have the Education Program Specialists, Sir Ezekiel Pangilinan, Ma'am Mary Jane Ibe, Sir Mari Franco, Ma'am Norly C. Baluyit, and yours truly, Sir Wesley Tayag po, na nagsasabing maraming salamat po for attending this capacity building. We will immediately proceed with our first session with Ma'am Celia Arlacanlale. We will have the Dataspeaks, Bridging Learning Gaps. So, series of data gathering was done by the CID, and now we will try to analyze them, we will try to interpret them, and we will try to use them how to bridge these learning gaps. Without further ado, again, we bring back Ma'am Celia Lacanlale on the platform for Dataspeaks, Bridging Learning Gaps. Ma'am Cel.
Pleasant morning to everyone. Let me share po my screen back. Okay, so thank you, Sir Wes, for facilitating wonderfully, excellently our opening program together with our ALS, no, Education Program Specialist, and Ma'am Ann Samson. All right, so we proceed po with our first topic this morning, which is all about, all right, Dataspeaks, no, bridging the learning gaps. And before we start po with the data, of course, let's start with this quotation from Kevin Trudeau. And he made mention that if you continue to think the way you've always thought, you'll continue to get what you've always got. My dear school heads and educational leaders, no, I think there is a need for all of us to have a dramatic shift in thinking, no, under the new normal, because what we've always thought would not be so applicable now under the new normal. And Albert Einstein also made mention that if we are doing the same things over and over again, no, and expecting different results, so that's insanity according to him. And so we need to change our ways, our methods. We have to innovate, no, some things, no, as we open another challenging new year, no, for our learners. And so we hope that at this particular juncture, as you prepare for your BLCOP, you have already addressed, no, issues and challenges that you have encountered in SY 2020-2021, so that, no, will not be able to encounter the same things over and over again. And then we're going to have better, okay, learning outcomes, so for our learners, and better teaching, no, experiences for your dear teachers across the schools in Pampanga. Now, the Dataspeaks Bridging Learning Gaps, no, as I mentioned a while back, in my presentation, let me just emphasize, no, 3 questions to be answered in this topic. The first question is on the what, no? What what is a learning gap, no? Or what are the learning gaps, no? The academic gaps and even the learning loss, no? And the second question is, how are we going to address these learning gaps together as one SDO family? And number three is, why do we need, no, to address these gaps? Why do we need to address these gaps? You know the answers to those questions. So later on, after presenting the different data, no, gathered from the field, coming from our schools, we will be answering the why and the how as well. All right, how are we going to address these issues and challenges together with the proposed solutions of the CID? No, and the solutions are not new to you. Probably you have better solutions that you have done, no, your best practices in your school. But then again, we'll be sharing what we have done also in our division as one CID family. Okay, so tingnan po natin yung ating mga data, no? Mhm. Okay, so simulan po natin. Let me just answer the first question on the what. Okay, the what, no? What is a learning gap? No? Tingnan po natin ito. What is a learning gap? Okay? So when we talk about the learning gap, no, we would say that the learning gap is what? No, disparity is a disparity between what? No? It's a disparity, okay, between what student has actually learned and what he or she is expected to learn at a particular, no, grade or age level. And we all know that our learners, no, the difference between what they have learned in SY 2020, 2021, and what they did not know, no, would always be the learning gap. And learning gap or learning gaps can be subtle, no, or small in nature. But then again, if these learning gaps are put together, of course, they may be more pronounced, no, and they may be difficult to be addressed later on by our teachers in the succeeding grade level. In the second bullet, you can see there it's a failure to acquire a specific skill or meet a particular learning standard. We all know that we are all working towards accomplishment and attainment of the most essential learning competencies. And the failure to acquire specific skill, particularly on foundational skills or standards, would mean, okay, difficulty of, okay, comprehending more complex and more advanced, no, competencies of our learners. Failure to just understand the meaning of a numerator in fraction, that's okay. We can understand that. No, it's too small. It's too subtle. No, failure to apply commutative property in algebra for 10th grade. No, I think that's alarming already because properties, no, in addition, no, in multiplication and all of these are learned already, no, in the elementary grades. All right, so for the next slide, no, the meaning, another meaning will be a learning gap refers to the relative performance of individual students. True enough, no, we're seeing the summative test results of our learners. Some would fall on the 75, just, no, passing the different subjects across grade levels. No? And from there, we can already glean that there are, okay, learning gaps, no, relative performance of some learners, no, in different subjects and different grade levels as well. And we have also the what we term as the achievement gap, which refers to the outputs after, no, all the teaching of the competencies across the grade level, across the subjects. Sometimes we have the unequal, no, distribution of educational results and benefits. Why? No, some learners will be falling behind their classmates. Some would be, no, on the mastery level, some below mastery or nearing mastery only. No? So how are we going, no, to address those achievement gaps, no, in learning according to our experts? No? And then another one is the learning loss. When our learners would be not going to school, although they are homeschooled, they are not attending regular kamustahan, they are not submitting their outputs to our teachers, they are not communicating at all, no, with their teachers in school, no, and so they will be having the what we call learning loss. If they have lost a significant no amounts of schooling and coaching, then we term it no the learning loss. Now, these terms by the school heads and leaders no would be a call for reflection to all of us. We need to recalibrate no our ways of teaching. We need to recalibrate our ways of monitoring the different learning delivery modalities of our teachers so we can assist them better, no, better in instruction and also in their difficulties as well. That's the reason why our supervisors no, will be sharing with you strategies, no, methodologies on approaches even on how we can no, address learning gaps, no, learning loss, and also achievement gaps no, for our learners as well. According to some experts, how are we going daw to address this achievement gap? Kasi makikita po natin mamaya yung mga achievement po no, ng ating mga anak. According to experts, no, what we can do is to introduce no, more meaningful and significant no, content to them. That's the reason why in the curriculum we would always espouse on the flexibility through the use of contextualized materials. No, that's one. Introduce topics no and content which are okay relevant, significant no, to our learners. So you have to check that if our teachers are utilizing more contextualized, localized materials to address okay comprehension no, of our learners in school, whatever learning delivery modality they have. We have to check as well if our teachers no, would give more feedback, no, would, particularly on regular kamustahan. Are they conducting weekly the regular kamustahan and feedbacking based on the outputs of our learners? Do our learners no, would be given the time no, for reflection, no, particularly on the outputs that they have answered. Okay, on the things that they do not understand, are they given po no, the assistance on the questions that they would like to raise to their teachers, particularly on their difficulties no, in learning? Next po is you have to check as well if our teachers are make use of the what we call no personalized no teaching and learning, and then if our teachers also no build no powerful okay connections with the parents, so they all together po they can address no these learning difficulties together with the learners who are practically at no the homes no of our no parents. So yun po daw ang mga pwede nating gawin no to address the what we call learning gap no the achievement gap and no the learning loss as well. And then sabi natin yung mga opportunity gap no as school heads, you have to check on the inputs no. Sabi natin, unequal or inequitable distribution of resources and opportunities. There are learners who may not have really gadgets at home, those who do not have computers and internet connectivity. And so they have already opportunity gap no, to learn no, vis-a-vis with their peers. And so we have to check on how we can remedy no, that situation. There are also remote areas without electricity. There are remote areas no, in which parents would not even go to school to get no, the modules, the printed modules of our learners. And so no, again, no, our learners, some of our learners no, would be having opportunity gaps to learn no, under the new normal. So ito po no, kailangan nating tignan as school heads. So how do we close the learning gaps? So number one, no, as you are preparing now your BLCOP, the others po have already finalized their copies. No? Number one is you were tapped, you were asked to gather evidences, no, to gather evidences or data in relation to the summative test, in relation to the PhilErie results, both in English and Filipino, okay, yes, in numeracy as well. So yun po kailangan nating tignan, no? On the readiness also of our teachers no in relation to learning delivery modalities and also our children. So kailangan po nating mag-gather enough evidences to support whatever changes, modifications, refinement you're going to do in relation to curriculum delivery. Number two is to undertake the what we call skills mapping exercise. When we say skills mapping exercise, supervisors have done this prior to the implementation of the innovation. They have gathered the least mastered skills of our learners, which became also their basis in the crafting of innovations, the innovation projects. So at your end are your school heads and also supervisors, the PSDSS. You can check one, the foundational skills that our learners need to learn in order to succeed to the next grade level. So foundational skills in terms of reading, in terms of numeracy, in terms of social and interpersonal skills. So these, I think, are the skills needed for our learners to learn better, to be more equipped, addressing the what we call difficulties that they have. Okay, so yun po, so sabi ng mga eksperto, yun po yung mga areas that we have to look into to aid in the success of our learners. Then we have to check as well regarding the skills. We have to check as well the what we call enduring standards or skills that our learners must learn. Not only in the grade level but in the succeeding grade levels. Are they learning the enduring skills? All right, that were spelled out already in our MELCs. Okay, so kailangan po nating tignan ang mga yan, And then we have also the what we call transferable skills, and standards that they have to learn. And if they have learned this in one particular area or subject, they can apply, these transferable skills like inferring, right? In formulating conclusion, in outlining, all of these things learned in communication arts can also be transferred in learning other subjects at that. So yan po ang tinitignan natin as school heads, as instructional leaders in order to address yung undertaking skills mapping exercise. And then we have also to identify learning opportunities geared towards closing the gaps. So sabi po natin kanina, what learning opportunities? So sabi natin mga learning opportunities natin, you have to check if our teachers have prepared materials, contextualized materials, personalized materials addressing the what we call learning styles, and also multiple intelligences of our learners in school. And then if they have provided, the necessary support, in relation to their learning styles and also their multiple intelligences, so they can close the gaps as well. And you have to check as well if they have created engaging learning experiences, Yung bang sabi natin, they can connect everything, learners can connect whatever they have learned because they have relation in their community and in the world. And then, check also regularly if our teachers monitor our learners' progress in school. So it's not only during the summative test submission, result submission, but also weekly we have to check if our teachers are really conducting the what we call monitoring or regular kamustahan to immediately arrest difficulties of learners across the subjects. Kaya nga po in the class program and in the instruction in the class program, we have already specified that the learning delivery modalities should be reflected. So together we will know if our schools are implementing different learning delivery modalities and if the regular kamustahan would be part of the mechanism to ensure that our learners are being coached and also our parents in their difficulties as well in coaching their children. Okay? And then po, the next slide. Okay, thank you po for the attendance link. Right? Ito po, tignan po natin yung next slide natin. We have to teach children according to their learning style. So nabanggit ko na, may mga anak po tayo na particularly elementary who are more of visual learners. Yung iba, auditory sila. And that's the reason why we have we will be offering the RBI, the radio-based instruction. And then, sabi natin, some of them are reading and writing, in terms of the reading and writing style. Some would be kinesthetic in nature, but no, yung kinesthetic, this is more for the performance-based subjects, but we can utilize no kinesthetic skills or applications or activities leading to kinesthetic skills development po, no? Sa okay, across the different learning areas as well. All right. Next po, okay? Sabi natin, we have to develop also learning experiences that are relevant and engaging to the diverse student population. Sabi natin, it should not be no one no shoe fits all no in the entire system. That's the reason why, okay, yung mga learning experiences ng mga anak natin, they have to be, sabi natin, more relevant and engaging based on their okay, interest, needs, and abilities. Kaya nga po, dapat tinitingnan natin na school heads, no? We have already a profile. Teachers have already a profile of their no learners in terms of the learning styles and multiple intelligence, so we can offer them more relevant and engaging no activities. Yeah? And we have to attend according to experts no the individual needs of our learners as well. So iba-iba no yung pangangailangan po no ng ating mga anak for remote schools, particularly those with the off the grid no. Sabi natin those without electricity, nangangailangan niya ng more no supervision and more assistance coming from the school heads and teachers as well. Yeah? Yung mga nasa upland, mga coastal schools, o kailangan po, no, ibigay natin kung anong pangangailangan ng ating mga anak na nasa mga upland and coastal schools as well. Yung mga nasa urban areas, no, ito mas malapit sa kabihasnan. Ang sabi po natin, they have also other varied interests, no? Kaya nga teachers need to be coached, teachers need to be reminded of okay, attending to the individual needs and capabilities of our learners. And no, that's the reason why we had already conducted the innovation projects, no, because one way to close the learning gaps would be to give the learners the right materials. Sabi natin, hindi pwedeng isang material lang, isang modality lang no, para sa lahat po ng mga anak natin across the school. And we have found the negative, the adverse effect of implementing only one learning modality po no, in our division. We have to give the right materials, okay, based on the learning delivery modalities that we have offered and we will be offering for the next school year po no, as school heads. Na? So let's continue po with the next slide. How are we going to close the teaching gap? No? According to Sir John no, Bartolo in his study, he made mention that no, as teachers, no, lahat naman po tayo ay teachers, so we have to match, according to him, the learning opportunities to the teacher's belief on how learners learn best. Diyan po pumapasok yung VARC, no? Diyan po pumapasok yung mga multiple intelligences, yung mga learning styles ng mga anak natin, and sabihin natin, your own belief, our own belief on how learners no, can learn best. Ako po, no, as an educator for more than 30 years, I would always advocate no, the collaborative approaches no, in teaching. Why? Experts would say, Johnson and Johnson would say that no, the social interaction of our learners would lead to better no, comprehension, to better relationship, and no, to better learning as well. Kaya ako po, ina-advocate ko po yan. No? Teacher pa ako, yun na po ang ginagamit ko no? In school, in San Juan, and in schools where no, I also taught. No? And then I would always emphasize during my teaching and learning processes the importance of the student's choice, the student's voice, and even no students' greater autonomy. Bakit ko po ina-address yan? Because no, paano ko po ina-address yan? Rather, to close the teaching gap. Like for example po, no, yung mga activities natin, no, in communication arts, I would be preparing 10 activities no, for my learners no, in the class. No. But whatever lesson it is, I would always have no, different activities meant for diverse and learners with multiple intelligences. So yung sinasabi nating students' choice, they are choosing from which among from the activities they can perform later no, as a part of their engagement and participation in class. So yung tinatawag nating students' voice, no, even in the rubrics, no, they are being encouraged to identify also the criteria for how my learners will be graded in class. So again, I'm giving them the voice, the options on how they will be rated. And then yung autonomy, sabi natin, that has to be pushed among our learners to become independent learners by trusting them, trusting their capabilities that they can do it. With our support, no, we develop po the what we call students autonomy. Now, these are the steps also shared to us by John Bartolo in his study. According to him, as teachers, so we have to monitor that. Yung mga teachers natin, whenever they are engaged with the learners, they would specify the purpose of the activity, no? Would they spell out the reason why they are conducting this lesson to our learners? Are the learners po, no, being, coach on their takeaways, no, what could be their takeaways, what could they learn out, no, of this particular lesson. So in that way, according to this expert, no, we are building commitment to our learners to perform the activity later on in class, no, yung mga tinatawag natin performance based skills, no po. And then sabi natin, more than the compliance, they will do, no, the task given them, no, because we have already underscored at the beginning, the importance of the lesson and activities towards their full growth and development. For number two, no, teachers need to emphasize what? The relevancy, no, of the lesson to them. Connecting prior information, prior knowledge, sabi natin, no, connecting all these things, no, to new lessons, building connection to previous to, no, new concepts at that. Okay, so yun po ang binabanggit. Dali po, okay? And then, so yun po, no, napakahalaga po, no, ng activation of the prior knowledge, okay, building connections. So the next, to connect new lesson, new concepts, so new information. Why? To validate older information learned already by our learners, to refute, no, to probably change, no, information because of more logical explanation coming from experts. And then for number three, no, tignan nyo, if our teachers do model, okay, yung modeling phase of the teaching and learning process in the giving of better examples and exemplars. According to experts, no, to on the subline, if we want our learners to become very good writers, we have to give them the best, no, writing model, all right, models to them, no, to benchmark from. So yun po ang binabanggit po sa number 3. For number 4, yung practice, no, in the direct teaching, no, one of the steps there would be, no, practice, no, guided practice, no. So again, there should be guided practice, multiple practice and opportunities for our learners to learn, no, in a concept being studied. And so we have to monitor that as well, no, in the modules that we have issued to them, where we able to offer multiple opportunities to learn. And then if it's an online instruction, is failing, no, a part of the culture, no, of the community. No? And risk-taking will be part also of the culture of the community, meaning no, failure, no, frequent attention in learning is part of the learning community. No? It's okay to commit mistake from time to time, no? But no, our learners are encouraged, no, to participate more, okay, because in participating actively, learning, no, and skills, no, are being formed. Okay, for number 5, of course, the feedback. Teachers need to give regular feedback, okay, very timely, relevant, and focused, particularly on the process, so that we can assist, no, and check or assess if our learners are really, no, learning, no, in the process. So ito po, how are we going to see these things, no? Pwede po nating tignan yan on the online instruction. We can also conduct focus group discussion with our teachers or conduct, no, yung post-conference po natin. We can check if our teachers po would regularly conduct or implement feedbacks to their learners at home and to the parents as well. So, magkakaiba, no, ang ginagawa ng mga teachers natin at saka school heads. But then again, our role as instructional leaders is to really ensure that there is better curriculum delivery this time. So we are there, no, to monitor, to assist whatever learning delivery modality, no, we have po in the school. Now, let us look now on our data. Ako na po yung, ako po ba ang nag-share? Alright, so let us look at our data, no? Kasi para po makontrol ko po itong aking ano, let us look at our data this time. So itong mga data natin, ito po ay mula sa okay, grade 1 to grade 12, no? Okay. Um, Let me just ask, okay, my ano po, mga DICT members, am I the one sharing my slide or is there somebody sharing my slide? Okay, sige lang po, no? Alright, kasi try to look at, okay po. So let us look at our data this time. So ito po sabi ko, it's a call for reflection on how we can, alright, on how we can, may ano lang, no, delayed nga pala yung sa FB natin. So if we have to check on this data, we have to reflect, why are these things happening? Why are these things happen in SY 2020-2021? So kailangan tayong mag-reflect on our practices. We have to reinvent the wheels this time. Let us recalibrate our ways on how we can improve curriculum delivery through the different innovations that you're thinking that would benefit our learners and teachers as well. So tignan po natin yung ating mga data mula doon sa field event project and results. Okay, so makikita po natin as I try to gather the field event project and results, yung pong antas ng pagbasa ng ating mga mag-aaral. In spite of the many efforts being conducted by our education program supervisors and also our teachers across the school, seemingly they are still non-readers po, struggling readers, mabagal magbasa, 16,044. At ang mga hindi nakakabasa sa Filipino sa elementarya po ay nasa 290. Ganyan po karami yung mga struggling 16,044, meaning to say if they will not be coached well by the teachers in school, by volunteer professionals, volunteer teachers, dapat maghanap po tayo ng ganito, para matulungan natin ang ating mga anak. Teachers can do so much in school. They are also helping us, particularly in the preparation of modules. So pwede po tayo as school heads to look for people who can assist our struggling readers in school. 16,044, the 290 who are non-readers across our division. And for English, we have around 1,533. So compounded, the number of learners who cannot read in elementary English. And for the secondary, we have 286 even. So parami ang mga yan. If they will not be assisted at key stage 1, my dear principals, over time, this will be more pronounced, more difficult, okay? And later on, our learners po would be struggling academically. And later on, will drop from schools. Yeah? So yun po ang gusto natin. Nakikita pag masaya ang eskwelahan kapag walang nag-drop. Pero ang question nun, how quality would be the learning that they have gained in the entire year. Tingnan po natin yung project all numerates po in the elementary. In here, you can see, right from grade 1, we have 731 non-numerates. In grade 2, we have 608. In grade 3, 506. In grade 4, 361. Grade 5, 416. In grade 6, 279. So again, sabi natin, although we have lessened the number, okay, in the succeeding grade levels, through the assistance of our math experts, our math coordinators and teachers and supervisor, but still the 731, if not assisted at the earlier stage of his learning, the learning gaps will be magnified towards the next grade level, and this will impede his students' learning in more complex competencies in the next grade level. So yun po ang sinasabi natin palagi, yung mga foundational skills dapat po maituro sa mga anak natin. And in the secondary, in here you can have in grade 7, 220 non-numerates. And for the consolidated results, yung mga non-numerates ni ma'am, sabi niya ay nasa total cases na non-numerates ay 217 no dito po kay Ma'am kay Dr. Jane. So, what are we going to do no with those data? Okay, so go back, my dear school heads, no? These are the hindering factors no towards better learning. What could be then the facilitating factors that you'll be offering in your BLCOP no to improve the reading okay capabilities and sabi natin numeracy capabilities of our learners no yun po sabi natin yung reading skill okay these the skills are transferable no in other subjects as well both in English and Filipino di ba yung kakayahang umunawa yes sir. All right, okay. So, my dear school heads, no, let me stop my presentation no, with this particular slide. We will be continuing our first quarter summative test results later, and we will be listening, of course, to the message no, of our dear superintendent. All right, so I'll pause for a while, and we will continue discussing all the data that we have gathered no, in the CID. Thank you so much, my dear school heads and supervisors.
We are very sorry to cut the lecture of Mamsel because we are very lucky to have with us here in the platform our beloved SDS. Our SDO remains to be a premier division in the Region 3 simply because we have the best learners, best teachers, best school heads, best educational leaders, and of course, this will not be possible without the guidance of our school's division superintendent. Yes, I am pertaining to our very competent, very easy to work with, and very supportive engineer Edgard C. Domingo. Sir SDS, kayo na po.
Yeah, thank you, Wesley. Good morning to everyone. Of course, especially to our two ASDSs, kay ASDS Melissa and ASDS Shirley. And of course, to our CID chief, no, Ma'am Celia Lacanlale. Actually, I am listening and I am enjoying, no, listening to her lecture. And I am very happy, no. I am learning a lot from her, no, sa kanyang mga discussions, no, and presentations. Well, anyway, I'm happy that we are having this capacity building for all our school heads, no, in the whole division of SDO Pampanga. Together, of course, with our PSDSS. I hope they are around. They are listening with us this morning. So before I'll give my message, I would like, of course, to congratulate the organizer of this webinar, the CID group headed by our CID chief, Ma'am Celia Lacanlale. So anyway, again, no, good morning to everyone. Well, we are almost in the last quarter of calendar year 2021. In fact, we are already in the month of Burr month, no? Yung September. I think today is September 7. So, first week of September. And it's still in the new normal. Last year, we are expecting and hoping that second quarter or of 2021 ay medyo babalik na tayo sa ating dating normal situations, but unfortunately medyo mapanganib pa rin, no? Nandiyan pa rin yung pandemic. So we are left with the one and only option, which is, of course, to continue becoming lifelong learners who are agents of change. So what DepEd's battle cry states, learning has to continue despite the global health crisis. Well, learning and innovation go hand in hand. So we want you to constantly collaborate with your fellow participants on these 3 days and even more, no? When you start implementing new things in your respective schools. I know that you've been very busy. You've just finished with evaluation of your OPCRF. and you're now in the process of finalizing your BELCOP for calendar school year 2021-22. And you're also busy checking the IPCRF of your teachers and implementing yung ating Brigada Eskwela and so on and so forth. Being the resilient educators that you are, find novel ways to continue delivering quality basic education to the Filipino youth. Innovate, explore, and discover the best methods and apply them even from a distance. Because it is during this time that the learners need more of our efforts and commitment in terms of curriculum delivery and in doing something differently in the utilization of all your resources, connections, and available opportunities. Before I continue, may I ask kung clear ba yung aking boses?
Yes po, sir. Very clear po.
Okay, thank you. Well, you are prompted to revisit the existing modalities, no, applicable in the new context. We released a division memorandum that for school year 2021-22, you're not limited only to one use of learning modalities, no? Dapat at least two mode of delivering lessons to our students. Either one is using yung ating learning LMS, no? Or pwede tayong gumamit ng mga online delivery of getting across yung ating mga lessons sa ating mga estudyante. So do this, of course, with enthusiasm to find out how can this be improved or enhanced. With your, I know, innovative leadership, I believe that your leaders, your teachers rather, along with the parents of the learners and all your other stakeholders will greatly contribute to the development and implementation of new practices and approaches in improving the learning and teaching system. As I can see, no, in some of the things that you posted in your Facebook account, how your stakeholders and parents assist, no, your schools in preparing the school for school year 21-22. Well, let this training help you uncover something new to positively address learning gap, achievement gap, and learning loss. You've seen kanina yung mga data presented by our CID chief, no? And based on that alone, it shows that we still need a lot of things to do, no? Para somehow ma-reduce natin yung mga learning gaps ng ating mga estudyante. With the drawbacks of distance learning, we'll see what fresh ways can we utilize. You as school heads, I believe that you have itong mga creative ideas in the way, no? In the way you manage people, processes, and instructions. Along with this creativity, of course, I trust that your ideas will not remain as ideas because innovation is about making things happen. So good luck and God bless you all from the program management team, resource persons, and of course to all our dear school heads, our dear PSDSS, our, of course, yung ating dalawang chief and our ASDS, to all of you. Muli, good morning. I wish you all in good health and always keep safe. No? I know medyo marami na tayong mga ginagawa at gagawin pa for the sake of our learners, no, of our students, para sa mga kabataang Pampanggenyo. Sana ay tuloy-tuloy tayong magkapit-bisig at wag tayong bibitiw, no? I know mahirap pero we should do it. Otherwise, walang titingin sa ating mga mag-aaral kundi tayo rin, no? Kailangan natin talagang mag-double effort, triple effort para sa ating mga mag-aaral. So, once again, maya paabak kaya katamungan. So, good luck to all of us.
Maraming salamat po, Sir SDS. Of course, sabi nga niya, wala daw BBTU. Okay? Sama-sama nating tulungan ang mga bata. Very fatherly advice po. Okay? To continue po, may I request Ma'am Sel now to please share the slide po and continue the presentation about bridging. Thank you po. Maraming salamat. Ma'am Sel.
All right, let us continue po. Thank you po, Sir Edgar, for always inspiring our people, particularly also the CID family, because you are part of the CID group chat. Marami pong salamat. All right. Now, a while back po, no, we have shared with you the different PhilErie, no, Filipino English results together with our project and results. And according to the Harvard Business Review, they have mentioned the different drivers, no, for change. And one of the drivers of change would be if there would be a crisis in the country and across the world. We have experienced that crisis on health, particularly on the COVID-19. Okay. And then the second that was mentioned among the six drivers is the importance of ang dami pong mga nagpa-pop up na mga message. Okay, the importance, the critical importance of the different actions that would lead, of course, to different results. So, a while back po, we have heard our superintendent mentioning that we have to double and triple our efforts and our actions because this would lead to better results in the implementation of your BLCOP for SY 2021-2022. So let's proceed. So this part of data gathering, I hope you were able to gather as many as data that you need in trying to understand what happened in SY 2020-2021 implementation of the curriculum and the processes that you have had last year. So, tignan pa rin po natin, maaari pong makatulong ito pong mga data natin. Anyway, I have already shared with our people the final, the adjusted, refined BLCOP of our division. From there, you can also benchmark on how we tried also to gather data and reflect on what happened last year in the curriculum implementation and the support system that we had. Particularly the SGOD and the OSDS group as well. So tignan po natin itong mga results natin in the first quarter, summative test results across the grade levels. We will be emphasizing more on the learners not meeting grade level of expectations. So tignan po natin dito mula sa grade 1. First quarter po tayo. In here, across the learning subjects, we have already learners not meeting grade level of expectations from 288 to 94 to 61, 206, 236. But their school heads and leaders, please emphasize, look into, concentrate on the total number of learners. So dito po kami magpapatulong sa inyo. When you submit report in the office, we are always being reminded also when we submit report in the regional office. Why? Because our data would not always be consistent, particularly on the number of learners. So tignan po ninyo, 22,834, 22,477, 22,529. Imagine learners, taking mother tongue, would not be taking mathematics or araling panlipunan or ESP for that matter because we have different number of learners across grade levels as well. Diyan po kami magpapatulong din when you submit report coming from your ICT leaders and coordinators. Try to check if you have accurate data, so that we will not be constantly reminded in the regional office as well. O tingnan po natin sa grade 2, may mga bumagsak po ba? Yes, may mga bumagsak. The highest is in English, 129. In math, we have 120 and araling panlipunan, 119. For grade 3, first quarter pa lang po ito, dumarami po yung mga bumabagsak natin. The highest of which is 152, in English, followed by science 143 and 142 for mathematics. The three subjects taught in English po. Now for grade 4, the highest is Mathematics 104, followed by English 94, and for Science 93. Pero nakikita po nyo across the learning areas, we have no a great number of learners, okay, failing po in the different subjects. For grade 5, from there you can also check no the highest is mathematics no for grade 5. Nasa grade 5 na po tayo. Makikita po natin sa grade 5, ang delayed nga tayo ng 12 seconds, no? Sa grade 4, nakikita nyo po sa screen, it's 104. Di po ba? Sa grade 5 natin, it's 122. Okay, yung highest natin, failing students in mathematics, followed by 117 in science, and 112 no, in English po. In grade 6, we have, I think the highest is also mathematics, 108. And then we have 85 no, in science, and 82 in Aralin Panlipunan. Now, for grade 7, first quarter, ang tignan po natin, the bigger number of, okay, numbers failing in first quarter grade 7, 1,310. At makikita po natin dito, yung ating pong highest would be science, then we have English, science, then mathematics. Yan po yung mga mararami nating mga bumagsak. And then we have also no in MAPE no 136. Yung pinakahuli po ay TLE, we have 157. So, parami ng parami yung mga bumabagsak natin hanggang sa high school. So seemingly, those who have failed their competencies in elementary would, again, meeting the what we call learning gaps. They cannot successfully meet the different competencies, more complex competencies in higher grades as well. So that's the reason why we have a alarming number of learners, again, failing in grade 7. Then we have also in grade 8, we have around 1,403 at ang highest po natin dyan ay nasa 226, in 226 in Araling Panlipunan. We have also in English. So, across the different learning areas, marami pa rin po yung bumabagsak natin. For grade 9, ang highest po natin ay nasa English, 406. Okay? The alarming number of learners not meeting grade level of expectations is 2,678. Alright? Sabi natin, yung mga talagang mga English-speaking subjects like, sabi po natin, yung English, mathematics, science, perennial po, nasa top list. And then we have also Araling Panlipunan with 320 as well, and MAPE 375. So parami ng parami yung mga bumabagsak, not only in academic subjects but non-academic subjects as well, particularly in the performance-based subjects, like in TLE, in MAPE, and in science. For grade 10, meron pa rin po tayong bagsak sa first quarter pa lang, 1,605. And in here, the biggest number would be in mathematics, followed by English. Then we have science. We have also TLE. Huwag po kayo mabigla. Bakit may mga bumabagsak pa rin sa TLE? Because there would be hindering factors in mastering the different competencies in EPP, TLE, because of the inadequacy of tools and equipment of our learners at home. Thereby, they cannot really exhibit or demonstrate the necessary skills in relation to the subject. Then for the senior high school, sa grade 11 po natin, may mga bumabagsak pa rin po tayo. Yung highest natin ay nasa 21st century literature, 249. Akala natin mga bumabagsak would fall more on the elementary, but seemingly from our reports gathered, may mga bumabagsak pa rin po in the senior high. So in here po, nakita ninyo, in the next slide, you'll be also seeing, learners failing in economics, in organization and management, And for the Humes, we have also Philippines and Ideas in the Social Sciences and Philippine Politics and Governance. Now, for the specialized subjects, no, makikita po natin na yung mga bumabagsak natin, no, like for example po in STEM, may sa chemistry, sa biology and calculus, may bagsak po tayo dyan. And also in TVL, no, for home economics, okay, the biggest number is 54 for bread and pastry production. The next slide, pakikita ko lang po yung sample just for you to know, to take note that across the subjects, across the learning areas, may mga bumabagsak po tayong mga anak that our school heads and also teachers need to focus more. No, what assistance probably we can provide them in order to learn, okay, to learn these complex competencies, and then they can move on to the next competencies even. No? So dito po sa ating grade 11, may mga bumagsak din sa handicraft. Imagine mo po yung handicraft dyan. Okay? And then we have also 7 for housekeeping. Kasi mga practical ano po ito, no? Courses. And then for the TVL ICT, yung computer programming, computer system servicing, yun po ang mga may bagsak po nating mga anak. No? Sa TVL, no, IA, ang bumagsak po ay nasa EIM, nasa 32. Sa TVL, AFI, wala. Sa maritime po, wala din po. No? Sa mga core natin, yung mga bumabagsak po, usually, okay, nasa komunikasyon. Okay, komunikasyon, okay, sa na po, sa pananaliksik, hindi po ba? Okay, sa hope, imagine po, hope po, may bumabagsak pa rin. And then, in personal development and also understanding culture society, yun po, meron tayong 123. Doon po sa apply din, meron din tayong mga bumabagsak din, although minimal in number, the greatest here is in relation to English, yung non-fiction po natin, creative non-fiction, na meron po tayong 18 po dyan. For the grade 12, sa STEM, iisa lang naman ang bumagsak dito. No? Iisa sa chemistry, 6 po, sa chemistry 2, then we have also sa physics 5, we have also for the TVL home economics na 20 po, field in cookery. For the applied subjects din, for TVL home economics, yung bumagsak po natin yung food and beverage services, yung pong next slide natin. So seemingly kasi wala tayong mga tools and equipment at home, so our learners can practice on the required competencies po in TVL home economics for grade 12. Then dito po we have 3 learners who failed. Okay. So yan po visual basics. And then we have also 30 sa maritime on navigational watch 3. So kung titignan po natin across the grade levels, ito po ang babanggitin natin, we have inconsistent, all right, data that we have gathered from the first quarter up to the last quarter. Why? Okay, when we have shared the link to our people in the field, sometimes po we will be assigning the time and also the time for the closure of that particular link, so we can collate the data to be submitted to the regional office. So from this slide, you can already glean that the number of failed learners for the first quarter, we have 14,299. But this is incomplete in nature, because if we have to look at the last column, you will see there that we have around 61,579 learners who were not captured in this report. Okay, based on the population given to us by the planning office. So the unreported minus po the SPED and also the kinder, we have around 49,414 which were not part of the first quarterly summative test results report submitted po to the region. Kaya yung 14,000 natin 299, when we get the 100% data later on shared to the central office, we have an escalating number. Okay, from the 14,000, we have more than 19,000 po in quarter 1. Okay? So tingnan po natin ang second quarter, mabilisan lang po tayo in the second quarter. Okay? O, tingnan niyo po dito sa grade 1, meron tayong 1,164 students who failed. For the grade 2, no, we have here 1,144. For grade 3, we have 1,468 learners who failed. For grade 4, we have, although decreasing in number, we have 662 for grade 4. For grade 5, we have 901 learners. For grade 6, we have 998 learners for grade 6. And then for grade 7, we have around 2,775. For grade 8, we have 2,346. For grade 9, meron po tayong 2,989 in grade 9. And then, sabi natin po, no, sa grade 10 naman, kung titignan natin, meron po tayong 2,416 no, in grade 10. So, ibig sabihin, no, across the grade levels, parami na pong parami yung mga bumabagsak nating mga anak. So, tignan natin po yung third quarter natin. Makikita pa rin natin in the slide, no, for grade 1, 2,979. For grade 2, 1,464. For grade 3, 161. For grade 4, 105. For grade 5, meron tayong marami po yan, no? Hindi ko na po nakuha yan because we have 129 who failed po in science. For grade 6, we have here, different learners who failed across the learning subjects as well. For the grade 7, the summary is 1,790 in grade 7. For the grade 8, 1,654. For grade 9, we have 2,087. For grade 10, 1,508. So, no, fourth quarter, tingnan po natin yung fourth quarter natin sa grade 1. Hindi ko na po pinakita ang senior high, no? Para nagpakita lang ako ng sample that across the subjects, across the grade levels in senior high, we have also a number of learners who failed. Now, for grade 1 in the fourth quarter, makikita po natin dito, no, marami pa rin po mga bumagsak. Nasa line of 4 po, yung mga anak nating bumagsak in grade 1. In grade 2, medyo nag-decrease yung number of learners who failed. In grade 3, right, nag-decrease din naman po, no, yung mga learners natin who failed. For grade 4, decreasing also in trend. For grade 5, no, decreasing in trend. For grade 6, also decreasing in trend. But we still have ample number of learners who failed across the learning areas in grade 6. For grade 7, in summary po natin, we have 1,033 who failed in grade 7. And in grade 8, 1,182. Grade 9, we have 1,462. Grade 10, 1,303. For the summary din, kung titignan po natin yung summary natin, para po mabilisan. Binilis ko po yan so we can look into the summary of learners not meeting grade level of expectation. I have shown you that across the subjects, lahat ng subjects, actually, may mga bumagsak po tayong bata. No? And then in here, no, based on the data that we have gathered po, the summative test results, we have po 9,138 in quarter 1, in quarter 2, 12,294, and quarter 3, 9,198, and in quarter 4, 15,167. Now, bakit tumaas po no, yung mga bumagsak natin in quarter 4 and in quarter 2? Kasi sabi po natin, we were able to collect more data in quarter 2, also in quarter 4. Nasa 90 plus percent na po no, yung mga data which we were able to gather no, coming from the schools. No? And then sabi natin, in comparison to the data no, in quarter 1. No? So, mas mabilis mag-respond din na po no, yung mga teachers natin. Pero at this point in time, we would just like to emphasize, if our teachers are stressed out in the sharing and in the submission of summative test results, we are also being stressed out in the division. Why po? Kasi yung mga memo po, no, at mga instruction coming from the region and CEO, we are only given a very limited time to collate. That's the reason why kapag binigay po sa amin, no, ngayon, kailangan maibigay na po namin ngayon dahil ang submission to the region would be a day before or 2 days after. No? So ganyan po kabilis yung paghingi ng report no, ng higher offices for improved decision making as well. No? So ganun po tayo because that's also part no, of the DepEd Order number 12 that there will be a collation and submission of reports okay, as stipulated no, on the monitoring section po of DepEd Order number 12 for CO no, to adjust, okay, particularly no, processes, policies, and also no, on how to improve, okay, the instruction po under the new normal. So yan po ay nandun sa ating DepEd Order number 12. Now, on the report on the learners, so titignan naman natin yung achievement natin at saka yung mga number of failing students no, for SY 2020-2021. This is not 100%, no, my dear school heads. But from here, you can already glean that okay, looking at the performances of our learners, no, meron po tayong mga learners na nandun po, no, barely passing the subjects, okay? Sa grade 8 at saka po sa grade 9. And then some of our okay scores would be falling on the proficiency, the satisfactory level. Majority would be at the satisfactory level, and a few no would fall like yung grades 11 and 12 no for the very satisfactory level. And in here, you can see for the incomplete report, we have 9,959 learners who failed no from the LAR that we have submitted po in the regional office. But if we have to look at, okay, the report facilitated also by the division, no, a report needed by the Office of the Undersecretary for Regional Operations, okay, led also by Sir Malcolm Garma, makikita po natin no, yung mga bumagsak across the key stages and also our scores, no, our achievement rate per key stages. No? Kaya makikita po natin particularly in the first quarter across the subjects, no, nasa satisfactory naman po, no, and very satisfactory yung mga grades po natin in the first quarter. Yung very satisfactory would be in ESP and the rest would be satisfactory. For the second quarter, okay, satisfactory except for, again, ESP, but the number of learners who failed in key stage 1 would be 4,296. And for second quarter, 5,436. For third quarter, we have 6,485. And then we have also 6,599, okay, who failed. And then for the first quarter, makikita po natin sa key stage 2, 3,836. Second quarter, we have 4,192. For the third quarter, 4,269. For the fourth quarter, 3,924. For key stage 3, grade 7 to 10, ang mga nasa satisfactory level lang po, mga grades natin. Ang mga bumagsak nasa 9,162 in the second quarter, 7,094 satisfactory rating only. For the key stage 4, grade 7, again, no? Key stage 3, grade 7 to 10. Third quarter, we have 6,610 and 6,212 learners who failed in quarter 4. So, tingnan naman po natin yung ating nasa key stage 4, grades 11 to 12. No? Makikita po ninyo dyan no, na ang mga bagsak po natin ay nasa 2,535 in the first quarter and 2,126 in the second quarter. Again, we have inconsistent data in terms of enrollment. In the third quarter, we have 6,610 in inconsistent data again. Medyo malapit na po yan, naayos na po yan. And in the fourth quarter, we have 6,212, no? Again, who failed in the last quarter. Now, for the grades 11 to 12, no, makikita pa rin po natin dyan, 2,535 ang mga failing students natin, 2,126 second quarter, third quarter, 1,641, 1,434 ang mga bumagsak. Kaya kung titignan natin ang summary, Imagine, no, for the first quarter, we have 19,829 learners who failed. Okay, for the quarter two, 18,843, quarter three, 19,005, and for quarter four, 18,169. Okay, do not ask me why we have inconsistent number of failing students, because a while back I have already emphasized that, okay, in the summative test results that we have gathered, we were not able to get the 100%. But in here, we have already gathered, okay, the 100% of the population, because this was facilitated by Ma'am Mel together with our ICT coordinators and leaders through Sir John Palyasigi. No? So ganyan karami mga bumagsak po natin in our division with the 350 plus population po that we have. Now, ito po yung mga issues and challenges po na that we have seen why we are getting these marks, no, of our learners across the grade levels. So these are the issues and challenges. We have proposed solutions, but in your context, you can also, my dear school heads, to check your own issues as well and your challenges. And then propose, sabi nga ni Sir kanina, you are more creative, you are more innovative, and no, do not only try to think of those innovative ideas, but put them no into application. So for the issues of the learners, ang sinasabi po nila, kaya nga unequal opportunity, no, they do not have no internet connection. They lack access also to resources, and the challenge then would be the difficulty in reaching out to our learners and parents, no, without this necessary support. Then the challenge will be availability of the internet service no in their area, and then sabi din, the lack of access in technology will be a challenge. How are we going to connect with them no, for the regular kamustahan? Yeah? And ang sabi natin, ang proposed solution natin, we have to develop a framework in the implementation of contextualized learning delivery modality. Okay, so sabi natin, it's not to be printed SLMs only. No, we have to offer other learning delivery modalities no, for our learners to address their situations no, and their conflicts as well. That's the reason why no, we're done with the radio-based instruction as another learning delivery modality. If our learners no, can have resources at home, please offer the online distance learning. Yeah? And then you can now capture the different video lessons no, shared to the LR portal with you. Okay, we have already shared the links, okay? So you can already download po the materials for the TVI as well. And even our printed ASLMs are stored already in our LR portal. And another po, no, na nakita natin, yung mga anak natin, they have too many activities in the ASLM. So the challenge there is they would have also the poor interaction between the teachers and learners in the printed modular distance learning. Kaya nga po, one of our actions that we have done in our division is the creation of the learning activity sheets. Okay, for our struggling no learners in school, no, for the 5-week curriculum, and also the improvement of the content. Okay, shortening again the activities to be answered by our learners across the grade levels from grades 4 to 12 as well. No? So, proposed solution natin dito po sa challenge na to is to conduct capacity building orientation for our teacher, parents, and learners on the LDM. Kaya this is now your role, no, are dear school heads. While it is true that you offer the printed SLMs, now this time, no, hindering factor would be no, yung mga issues and challenges. But what could be then our facilitating factor to improve instruction? We need to offer other alternative, no, flexible learning options. Next, sabi natin, may mga learners po tayong very passive, very negative, na regarding the printed modular distance learning, no, what you have offered as learning delivery modalities. So the challenge then would be, sabi natin, the difficulty in providing differentiated instruction. Pag printed SLM, talagang that's a challenge. How are we going to cater on the multiple intelligences of our learners, their learning styles, di ba? Kasi sabi natin, ang papel at ang bata po, no, although the teacher is there, coaching, we cannot provide for other avenues no, for activities aligned with multiple intelligences. Thus, no, we need to look for other ways, flexible learning ways, so our learners, other skills can be developed. So ano po ang mga in-offer po natin dyan? We offer po a policy, narinig po natin kay Sir po yan. a policy in which no blended learning no should be utilized now in our division. And then po, we have to contextualize also the SLMs according to the school situation. We have to conduct also advocacy campaigns, all right? And then to offer TVI as another no learning as a learning delivery option. So yun po yung mga nakita natin na mga solutions na in-offer po ng ating division. Next po is the may tumatawag po, pasensya na, no? All right. So again, if you have to look po at the next issue on learners will be on the authenticity, all right, of the assessments. Yeah? So again, sabi po natin, challenge doon ay, again, how can we really ensure academic dishonesty? How can we really ensure academic honesty? How can we really ensure that integrity in assessment, will be conducted, will be implemented in our division? That's very difficult po to ensure. Okay? So proposed solution po natin, sabi natin dito, we have to conduct, again, training on assessment, to conduct orientation for test constructors, which we already did, procure Android tablets, and empower master teachers and the sharing of best practices so we can at least address the issues and challenges on assessment as well. For the parents, nakita po namin, nasa video po ang mga report na to, the lack of support, the lack of time, the lack of knowledge on how to provide also instructional support. Nakita po natin, problema po yan ng mga parents natin because they were not really trained to become teachers. So the challenge then would be because of the poor academic conditions of our parents, some of them were not really educated. Nakita rin po natin yung insufficient funding in hiring also para teachers or learning facilitators, particularly in the upland and coastal schools, so they can at least assist our teachers po in instruction. The challenge also would be how to reach out to our parents, particularly on remote areas, di ba? Nakita ko po sa mga report nyo, since October, hindi po sila kumukuha ng module. Di ba? Since October, kuminsan mag-submit ng incomplete na mga activities sa mga anak po nila. And so sabi po natin ng mga solutions natin, the realignment of the iPad funds for the honorarium po of our teachers, para teachers in the upland schools, although we have only 9. And so as school head, this is now your more obligation. How are we going to assist our parents who are also experiencing difficulty? Kami po in our own little way, we try to come up with video materials, coaching our parents on a complex competency or most difficult competency. In your area of jurisdiction, you can look for volunteer coaches, volunteer teachers, volunteer donors, readers as well. So we can at least address the learning gaps for instruction. And then sabi natin, para po hindi mahirapan ng mga bata at mga magulang natin, right? We recommended better programming for your class program to offer around 2 to maximum of 3 subjects in a day, and to empower our internal and also external stakeholders, particularly on the distribution and retrieval of modules, to reach out, to deliver these modules to our hard-to-reach parents and learners as well. For the teachers, ito po yung mga nakita natin na nasa-submit po ninyo, Ang sabi po ng mga teachers natin, they have negative perception on LDM, they have insufficient number of teachers, thereby they have po additional loads, and they do not know how to balance also work at home and also in school, and some of them are also not considered as frontliners by the LGUs, and again they had also difficulty, all right, in reporting to school because of the health issues there, and in the distribution of modules there, and retrieval of modules as well. So yun po ang mga concern ng mga teachers natin. So how are we going? The challenge there is how can we elicit better motivation of our teachers in order for them to report in school. Ngayon sabi natin, 2 days lang sa awa natin, pero yung iba po ay hindi pa rin po nagre-report because of no, seemingly no varied reasons, no, so they are not helping other teachers who are very good naman no in going to school and assisting us in the preparation for the upcoming school year, no. So in challenge natin yung mga difficulty rin no of the in the distribution of modules because of the restrictions that we have faced no, in the past year, particularly on the issuances of EO by the governor and the municipalities as well. And then our challenge for our teachers would be on the issues on the many questions, okay, bombarded by the parents to them. So, no, at saka yung how to reach out to learners no, who would not be reporting, particularly in the regular kamustahan. So kami po, nag-propose kami ng mga solutions din, like sabi natin, kayo po, no, to conduct orientation on your BLCOP on how you can motivate further your teachers to provide coaching and mentoring on the LDM courses. Nagawa po natin yan. We'll be hiring po, no, learning facilitators, but you can also hire no, in your municipality, like in Florida Blanca, in Porac, etc. We have also issued po last year division memoranda regarding po teachers' loads, particularly those involved po in Super K Telescuela. And we also crafted a local policy on TVI as part of the publication and innovation to motivate, no, to motivate teachers, okay, particularly those who are really tired, okay, in the different learning delivery modalities. Kayo po, sa konteksto nyo, dear administrators, mayroon din kayong mga issues na kami po, nagpilit din kami na bigyan ng solusyon ang mga yan, okay? So like for example, ano po yung mga issue ng mga administrators natin? Sabi nyo, insufficient resources. Alright, inadequate or adequate focus on instructional supervision. So problema din po ninyo yung, ng malaki. No, because you were really, bent on how to connect no, with your stakeholders to generate the needed support no, for the printing of your SLMs. No? So yun po yung mga pinagkaabalahan natin. Thereby, the challenge there is how to conduct IS and to monitor also the PPAs no, of the department. Okay? Yung mga proposed solution po natin for our administrators to maximize partnership with our stakeholders. Ginawa po namin yan para sa inyo. And through the downloading of funds coming from the CONRO, we try to distribute no, equitably resources no, of our schools okay, in terms of the SLMs no, printed. And then sabi natin dito, kailangan, no, dahil nga sabi nyo, inadequate focus on IS, this is the reason why we are now conducting this coaching with you, okay? Conduct training for school heads on curriculum delivery and also innovation. Another proposed solution is provision of honorarium for our para teachers and strengthening information dissemination campaign as well. No? So yun po, no? Para makatulong kami dun sa mga issues and challenges ninyo. And another, binanggit po ninyo sa mga report ninyo ay the lack of clear processes no, in the implementation of programs. Particularly on reading and numeracy. No? Kaya nga, ang challenge is how to properly implement school literacy programs na in reading and also in numeracy. So, the proposed solution there is to intensify our advocacy on school-based literacy program. In the division, you have our, we captured po the 3 Bs of the department. In division, Ma'am Sherry po has the Bawat Bata Bumabasa. We have intensified our advocacy no, in reading, and reading also has been a part of the Brigada Eskwela, even the Brigada Pagbasa. No? So, doon tayo po dapat mag-focus foundational skills, transferable skills, and enduring skills to be learned by our learners. And then, yung mga issue pa rin po natin, yung mga school flooding and school damages as well. So how can we at least have a very good learning environment no, to become conducive for our learners once they are safe to return in school? So yung po ng ating solution dyan to strengthen your partnership for Adapt a School, no? And then yung mga ating mga continuous construction and repair of for improved learning environment, the eye of the kite. Ako po'y natutuwa sa mga principal na marunong mag-juggle ng kanilang resources for their MOE so they can allot funding for school repair projects, no, for the ceiling and so on. So hindi po nadadala lahat sa COVID essentials. They know how to prioritize, no, their resources, their MOE in school. Now, so for the entire system, nakita rin po namin problema talaga last year would be the delayed coordination, no, and miscoordination last year. Delayed coordination from the top, no, management, from the CO. And thus, sabi natin, ng challenge natin, mga adjustments po of school activities natin, no, particularly on the changes of a number of days, no, for the calendar of activities. And then, sabi natin, yung proposed solution natin, sabi natin, flexibility. Flexibility in the distribution and retrieval of the SLMs. Delayed coordination, so flexibility. Mapping also an alignment of the MELS, particularly on the textbooks that you have. There will be delayed, no, in the distribution of materials, across the drop points po, in our division. Then you have po ample materials which you can share to your learners to make education continue, no, in your own respective schools. Another, problem po, no, yung pong ating mga different interpretations of the issuances. So how are we going to implement the PPAs if we have, no, diverse, no, interpretation of issuances? Kaya kayo po ay palaging kinakausap ng yung mga bisor, no, for the conduct of regular kamustahan and also technical assistance for better coaching. May mga inconsistent tayong mga policies, no, and some of the policies are not really meant for the new normal. And so in our division, we contextualize in the CID 2 policies, local policy, to help po, no, the curriculum be delivered well, across our schools in the division. And then the lack of responsive monitoring, access. So sabi natin, kasi nga may mga unstandardized monitoring mechanisms po tayo. Kaya in our own little way po, the CID, together po with the assistance of our PSDSS and EPSS, and school heads during the pilot testing, we were able to craft 11 monitoring tools for IS for learning delivery modalities and special programs as well. Okay? So ito po yung listahan ng mga innovations that we have gone through. Our teachers po were so busy during the summer break prior to the opening of classes because we wanted to address all the issues and challenges po met by our learners, our parents, our school administrators, and our other stakeholders as well. So in Division of Pampanga, we created po a series of innovation projects like bridging the learning gaps, for the 5-week curriculum for Key Stage 1. And then we have also the enhancement training for the grades 4 to 6 teachers, until the grade 12 teachers. So sunod-sunod po ang mga yan. These were facilitated by Sir June and our EPSS, particularly on the quality assurance of the last that our learners can avail of for the new school year. So yung pong sabi na meron silang academic fatigue, may mga mental stress na yung mga bata because of lengthy modules to answer, may mga sagot na po ang division dyan. The learning activity sheets, shortened version, capturing again the most essential learning competencies across the grade levels. And then, meron po tayong facilitate din video materials for our parents for Key Stage 1 and other key stages until grade 6 as well. We have also video materials to be facilitated in the creation of lessons gearing to music and also for science subjects. And then, we're done po with the division seminar on radio-based instruction through school on air format. We're done with this another learning modality. And then this one po is a must-have training for our school heads on curriculum delivery and innovation, so that whatever gaps that we have, whatever data and toward data that we have received, whatever challenges we have, these can be addressed immediately at the school level. And then we have another po upcoming division online training on assessment because we have seen how alarming po the number in terms of summative tests and learning achievement rates of our learners. So we will be providing training on assessment for our master teachers, which is a NAEP approved proposal in the region. So okay na po yan, but we will be looking for specific dates where our speakers po would free this time. Kasi August po namin nilodge yan, but we have waited po for the approval of the region. Okay? And to end, let me just emphasize, Spider School Heads, while you are finalizing po your BLCOP, it's a must po that you identify already your gaps, the learning gaps, in order to provide solutions to these learning gaps in your respective schools. It's also a must that you have to look at your previous practices. What probably worked well last year that can be replicated this year, what could be the hindering factors in the provision of better teaching and learning for our people across our school, and what could be the facilitating factors that you can think of in order to improve processes and mechanisms po in the school as well. Remember, whatever you have put in your BLCOP should be communicated well to your teachers, to your internal as well as external stakeholders to generate the needed support. So lahat po yan, sa atin po yan. If the people in our community will not be informed on these changes po in the LDMs, okay, in your POPs implementation, surely they will not have that high level of support. Kaya kailangan po na after this training with our school heads and also our other educational leaders, we have to communicate the BLCOP to our people. We should have an advocacy campaign where we can share all of these things to them as we're ready for another school year, 2021-2022. And to end, let me just share with you this last slide, the quotation. As there's in education, our job is not really to control those whom we serve. We are here, my dear school heads and leaders, to serve you. And in serving you, we want to unleash also your talent. Okay, that's the reason why our teachers were tapped, okay, during the summer break, because we want really to refine further, to develop further the competencies and skills of our teachers. They have also unmeasurable talents as well. And if innovation is going to be a priority in education, their school heads, we need to create a culture where trust is really a norm. We trust you, dear school heads. We know that you are our partners, and it's sabi natin, unprecedented time in history where everything is so difficult, particularly on how we can reach to our people, to our learners and teachers, to better teach and to better coach our parents and also our learners in new ways of teaching and learning. We know that you can do it, okay? You will always have our support, not only in the CID, but the other two functional divisions in SDO Pampanga. We can do it. No, we can implement a better school year now that we have prepared adequately, okay, for learning materials, for trainings, for the creation of other learning delivery modalities for our learners even. So to everyone, my dear school heads, please stay tuned. You can have your break while you are listening po to our succeeding speakers. Be attuned to us and cooperate po with your speakers so that we'll be able to address collaboratively all the issues and challenges that we are facing as one SDO family. Together, we can do it because Pampanga, we have one motto, we have one mantra, one DepEd, one Pampanga. Marami pong salamat. God bless everyone and continue to be safe as well. Bye po!
Ayan, thank you po, Ma'am Sel. Just like our SDS, we are also enjoying your presentation. And as a matter of fact, there are three realizations while listening to your presentation. Number one, data are really essential in crafting intervention, developing processes, and formulating policies. Second one, data are helpful in gauging the current status and in determining the success of the activity. And lastly, this is very important. There is a need to maintain the integrity of data. With that, we will proceed with our, can we type po sa ating FB comment po, congratulations Ma'am Cel, para po at least we can send our appreciation and congratulatory to Ma'am Cel even virtually. Okay po. So, sabi nga po ni Ma'am, while we are taking our break po, we can listen to our next speaker. And our next topic is really essential in instructional delivery. It's all about most essential learning competencies. And we have here the right person to talk about MELTs. Let us all welcome the Education Program Supervisor in Filipino, a Metro Bank most outstanding teacher in the Philippines, and the very approachable, very dedicated Ma'am Cherry V. Binluan. The virtual floor is yours, Ma'am Cherry.
Thank you so much, Sir Wes, for the very generous introduction. Of course po, I would like to extend po my greetings to our Schools Division Superintendent, Engineer Dr. Edgar C. Domingo, to our two brilliant Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Melissa Sanchez and Dr. Shirley Zipagan, and of course to our proponent of this 3-day online capacity training, our CID Chief, Dr. Celia Lacanlale, and to all our co-education program supervisors and public schools divisions, district supervisors, and of course to all our participants, our leaders in the SDO Pampanga. A very blessed morning to each and every one. We know the fact that we are all battling for the health and safety of one's life. And so we are just so grateful that God has given us another day to enjoy another beginning of our new life. Kaya po, dapat ipagpasalamat natin ang bawat araw na tayo po ay nagigising. Like for example, today, ano po? So, September is a very progressive and a very special month to all of us. You know, there are 3 reasons why we need to celebrate September. September is the beginning of the Teachers Month, National Teachers Month, beginning September 5 to October 5. So I would like to greet each and every one of you a happy Teachers Month po, because we are all teachers. Another is September is a celebration of a family week and a family day, and that falls fourth Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, no, fourth Sunday. So you know that our life is focused on our family, and it is just right for us to celebrate the family week and the family day that falls on the fourth Sunday of September. And also, church marks September as Stewardship Month, di ba? And why did I included the stewardship with our session for this morning? Because we are all stewards in our organization, the Department of Education. If God calls stewards in His kingdom, like the pastors, the priests, and the ministers, we teachers, school leaders, as school heads, supervisors, we are all stewards. And we are followers then of God. We are followers then of also the DepEd. And as a good steward daw po, and as follower of Jesus, we need to embrace, we need to accept, and we need to practice responsible stewardship. So for today po, I was tasked po to share with you the session about unpacking of the most essential learning competencies. And allow me po to share the slides or the PowerPoint of this session, which has something to do with unpacking the most essential learning competencies. Okay, so probably some of us are asking, do we really need, as a school head, to learn about unpacking the most essential learning competencies? Is it not the work of our teachers? Definitely, you're right. But always remember that whatever our teachers know, we should know first, di po ba? And after Dr. Celia Lacanlale shared with us, no, the data, no, after the survey were submitted in the office, we found out that data really speaks, no, and we're thinking that probably one of the big reasons why there are a lot of learners who did not meet the expectations, probably they were bombarded and they were surprised with the most essential learning competencies, which were considered to be vague, to be so broad, no? And one probably reason is that there are some teachers, no, perhaps did not unpack these essential learning competencies that are introduced to our learners weekly, or shall we say daily. And so today, allow me po to share with you unpacking the most essential learning competencies. But I have a question, no, that I would like to open this morning to all of us. We are all agreeing, we probably, no, we will agree with me, you will agree with me saying that we all need to learn, right? But how do we accept, no, the word learn, or how do we accept learning in our lives? Do we accept it as a gift? Next slide please. Do we accept it as a skill, or do we accept it as a choice? According to Brian Herbert, no, Brian Herbert is an author of novels and other very very good journals, no, that he is always asking people who read his works, no, to reflect on it. Probably, no, no one will always tell me that sometimes learning makes me fatigue, no? Sometimes we do not need anymore to learn. Pero mind you po, no? Learning is very essential, particularly to us educators. We are in the academic world, and learning is part and parcel of our life. So, according to Brian Herbert, he made mention that the capacity to learn is a gift, and the ability to learn is a skill, but the willingness to learn is a choice. So, whatever your answer is with my question on how you take learning, if it is a gift, a skill, or a choice, it's only you who could answer for this one. I think there is a problem on technical. Okay? But to proceed, no? Why did I say so that it's only you who could answer that, because we all have different vision, we all have different knowledge on how learning happens in our lives, no? But according to Eckhart Tolle. No, Eckhart Tolle is an Indian film editor or author who says that whenever we make learning as a choice, we learn to accept things. Um, Sir Alden, who will be sharing po my presentation.
Nag-restart lang daw po sandali, ma'am.
Ay, okay, ganyan po talaga pag live.
Thank you po.
Yes. Hindi ba Sir Wes, no? Kasi part 'yan ng ng buhay natin in the new normal, no? Kasi we are under the new normal. Actually, I think we are already on the slide 3 or slide 4, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4. So you see po no kung papaano po dineliver sa atin ni Ma'am Cel yung ating mga data no. Talagang data speaks no kung ano po yung naging result ng ating data no. This online capacity training on our school heads or to you po no is part of our way of addressing the gap no that we found out based on the data. And as made mention also by Dr. Celia Canlale no, on her presentation regarding what the different innovations presented to us in the office, we actually address no some of the gaps. Yes, yan. So sabi ko nga kanina no, it's the willingness to learn is actually a choice because if we choose no po to learn because we are willing no to learn, then acceptance is possible for us. And when acceptance is already in our heart, then we act on it. This is actually what we are doing. Because according to Eckhart Tolle, no, whatever the present moment contains, no, accept it as if you had chosen it. And with that, this will miraculously transform our whole life. And we did it. We already survived for school year 2020-2021 upon starting the October 5 no opening in a new normal. Eto tayo, we were able to survive kasama ng ating mga parents and also our learners and of course our teachers. Although sabi nga po ng data no, we did not consider it a perfect and a quality education at that because there are still no some learners who did not meet their expectations across the learning areas, but we did our best. We give what we think is quality for our learners. We just need to push more and to exert more effort. Actually, according to J.K. Rowling, no, the very popular author of Harry Potter, no, alam po, favorite po natin siyang lahat. We do not actually need magic to change the world. So I'm also telling you, we do not actually need magic to change the schools division of Pampanga. What is needed is that we will just no maintain and have the power to imagine better. And that imagination is already carrying by each and every one of us. And as we carry that imagination for a better instruction, we actually have that power inside us. And so today, no, I will be sharing with you how to unpack most essential learning competencies through what we call capacity training. Why do we need to be capacitated? Why is capability training needed? Because no, it enhances our employees' motivation, it enhances our job performance and skills, and ultimately will lead us to the organizational performance. And that is also according to Paul Hatkar et al. In 2011. These are famous writers, famous author who are very responsible for what we call innovation, for what we call transformation, and what we call innovation. And mind you that there is a need for us to really capacitate ourselves no to embrace the three dimensions of capacity training or what we call training. And what are they? Next slide please. Okay. Training has three dimensions, and these three dimensions are very much important on our part as school heads. Improving competencies and positive attitudes, developing innovative pedagogical approaches and models, and attracting community participation and resources. Isn't it? These are actually our dream. These are actually our aim and goal. And for the rest of other days in our online capacity training, no, we will be exposed and we will have a discussion about the pedagogical approaches and models to be shared by them. And you will learn to realize how training no is important and very helpful to all of us. So today, no, um, based on the discussion, based on the gaps, or based on the survey, no, shared to us by Dr. Lacanlale, we were able to address, no, the learning gaps with our grade 1 up to grade 12, which we call bridging and enhancement training on the content, because we were able to have, no, the birth of the 5-week curriculum through the learning activity sheets, no, and it was created, no, by our education program supervisors across the learning areas, and come up with what is very easy, no, to be of help with our learners, unlike the modules with multitudes of activities. And in bridging the learning gap, no, with our learners in terms of content, no, we were able to come up with a 5-week curriculum, and hopefully, no, this will be distributed and will be used by those learners who did not meet their expectations. I think, no, first, a month after our class opening. So makakatulong po ito so that our learners will not be left behind. Why did we come up with the learning gaps, with the issues, and with the concerns? Of course, we cannot deny the fact that we were able to be, no, to be disturbed by this pandemic COVID-19, the threat of the Delta variant, as well as the emerging threat of the Lambda variant. So marami po, no, marami, and one of the major reasons probably why we were not able to meet, no, the expectations on the grade level across the learning areas of our learners is because of the disturbance of this pandemic COVID-19. And so today, no, the Department of Education did not actually go for academic freeze. Actually, we go for a continuous education. And the DepEd did, no, the crafting po of the DepEd order number 12 series 2020, which has something to do with the adoption of the basic education learning continuity plan. And today, no, it was the learning continuity operational plan, no, wherein we are guided by the Sulong Edukalidad framework of the department. As made mention also by our schools division superintendent, we're actually on the crafting stage of our BELCOP, wherein we will be presenting this, no, to the community as our stakeholders partner in the continuous development of our learners in each school. And so we were guided po by the Sulong Edukalidad framework, no, the kite, which we call the kite, which is composed of the 4 pillars, pillar 1, 2, 3, and 4. And each pillar should have what we call the strategic objective. And we can only apply this one if we will be having, or we will be conducting what we call a situational analysis through what we call the SWOT analysis, no? Upon knowing the strength, the weaknesses, and turn them into opportunities, we will be able to come up with, I think, no, the best BELCOP for a year, for the school year 2021-2022. So why did we included, no, this crafting of the BELCOP with this session about the unpacking of the most essential learning competencies? Because, no, starting, or since 2020-2021 school year, the teacher's Bible, no, was already the most essential learning competencies. Although we know that the most essential learning competencies came from the mother, no, the curriculum guides of the K-12 curriculum. Still, no, we would like to emphasize, or to give emphasis on the most essential learning competencies, which were found, no, to be essential by our academic specialists, by our academic experts, and as well as field implementers. And so, no, we really need to address the proper way of learning delivery, whatever modalities we were chosen in our school. What is important is that the most essential learning competencies set by the Department of Education will be implemented with quality among our learners so that this coming school year, if not totally eradicated those learners who did not meet expectations, at least they will be lessened with a significant number. Okay, and so today I will be sharing with you how is unpacking will be of help with us when we are conducting probably an online conducting an observation, classroom observation, instructional supervision, that because we know that the most essential learning competencies should be the focus of our teachers with our learners. And so the processing is very, very important. Okay? So to start with, according po to our, backward pa po. So medyo advanced po yung ating pag yes po. Sige po, backward po ng ating slide decks. So why do we need to unpack? Actually, it's very important for us to do unpacking because this will guide our teachers to process the lesson properly. So unpacking is very much needed because we need to do something that is friendly among our learners, but we will take it still standard based on the DepEd's policy of the K to 12 curriculum. So why is unpacking the MELCs needed? Sige po, proceed po tayo. Sige pa. Okay. So this presentation po is actually delivered po by the education program specialist in English in the central office by Sir Denmark P. Alayon during the MELCS orientation in the national level. He shared with us unpacking the learning competencies, and that's why I am sharing the same content of what Sir Denmark Alayon prepared. Unpacking the learning competencies. What is unpacking? Actually, unpacking the learning competencies or the learning standards is all about breaking the standards down. When we break the standards down, we get our goals is still from the standards, but then we are trying to make the learning objectives student friendly so that it will be easy for our learners to learn the lesson and the target competencies will be targeted properly. So how do we make student-friendly learning objectives? Okay? According po to our experts in the academe, W. James Profam, he said that, next slide please. Ay, sumobra po. He said that teachers who truly understand what they want their students to accomplish will almost surely be more instructionally successful than teachers whose understanding hope for students' accomplishments are murky. What does this mean? There are some teachers who wants to hide the learning objectives for the day. They wanted to surprise their learners in what objectives they wanted to come up for the day. Little they know that whenever the competencies are not known or are murky with our learners, we can also get a blurred and a gray area on the part of our learners. And so let us advise our teachers to really present the learning objectives among our learners so that this learning competencies target will be learned properly by our learners. And I believe that unpacking the most essential learning competencies will be of great help. So Sir Lyon discussed with us the 4 steps in unpacking the learning competencies. The first one is that identify the concepts, the knowledge and skills. Second, identify the context complexity. The third is to create student-friendly learning competency and identify the evidence of learning. We will discuss all of this in detail. The first step in unpacking the learning competency is to identify the concepts, the knowledge, and the skills. So whatever learning competencies, no, is um, being presented with our learners, no, for a day, there should always be an identification of the concepts, the knowledge, and skills on the part of the teachers and the learners. When do we say that we already identify the concepts, the knowledge, and the skills among the learners and among our teachers? First, no, if a teacher define, understand what learners are expected to know and understand and be able to do for the day, then he or she is trying to unpack the learning competencies with his or her learners. Now, how do we identify the concepts, the knowledge, and the skills within the competencies? There are two important parts of speech we need to learn and we need to master so that upon looking at the learning competency, we already know the concepts, the knowledge, and the skills target for the day. What are they? The nouns and the verbs. What are the importance of the nouns and the verbs in identifying the step one? First, the nouns will guide us, will guide the teachers as well as the principal, no, on the content knowledge. What is that content knowledge? These are the things we are supposed to teach. So these are the things that our teachers supposed to teach. And what are the verbs? The verbs will guide our teachers on the performance standards set for the day. So the skills we need to develop among our learners are the performance standards we are expected among our learners. So this part is very important on our school heads, no, to you, our dear school heads, because we could see, no, how master the teacher is the learning competency. If there is an unpacking, it will be easy for them, no, for the learners to target the skills, no, being mentioned or being reflected on the learning competency. What is the second step? The second step is on the identifying the content complexity. Definitely, no, we could always see complexity in the content of every learning competency, particularly in the most essential learning competencies, which are packed, merged, and clustered, no, by the academic experts in the Department of Education. So we will not expect that things are very easy or competencies are very easy and very detailed, because there are some, no, there are some learning competencies that are packed together, so there is a need for us to unpack them. And identifying the content complexity can be done with the help of the revised Bloom's taxonomy. It is very important for our teachers to really master the revised Bloom's taxonomy, because they will be of help in defining the expectations and deeper understanding on the learning competencies set for the day by the teacher. What is the third step in unpacking the learning competencies? After identifying the content complexities, start creating student-friendly learning competencies. How do we create, or how does a teacher, no, should create student-friendly learning competencies? When a teacher identify or can identify the prerequisite skills that learners need to know, need to understand, and be able to do before the expectations of the target competencies, then she's trying to create a student-friendly learning competencies. In creating a student-friendly learning competencies, we can be guided by the acronym WALT, or the WALT. What is it? We are learning to. So we are arriving in the creation of what to know, no, by the learners for the day. And we will be referring our process in the KUD framework. What does KUD framework mean? We will be discussing that later. And what is the fourth? The fourth step is, of course, to identify the evidence of learning. Actually, this is one of the most important, no? The evidence of learning. Why did we address, no, this kind of gaps? Why do we need to bridge the learning gap? Because, no, based on the evidences, learning did not happen to some of our learners because they fall on those learners who did not meet the expectations on their grade level and across the learning areas. So, in identifying the evidence of learning, we can only do this, of course, through what we call assessment task. No, we have the formative and we have the summative assessment task. Through this, no, the learners will be able to show that what they understand and what they are able to do, no, will show mastery on what we call the assessment task. But then remember that in the assessment task, we need to align the kind of assessment task we are preparing. It must be standards based. How do we know that a teacher prepared a standard-based learning assessments? First, no, you have to, masyado pong mabilis. First, you have to know the learning competency. If the learning competency example is on distinguishing different character traits in the story, no, the teacher, no, can use graphic organizers or other form of assessment task based, no, on the alignment of the learning competency presented. If it is distinguishing on the different character traits in the story, he can use the Venn diagram graphic organizer because we all know that Venn diagram is very good, no, in knowing the comparison and the contrast of the character traits in a story. Listen to, read to, or what we call viewed, no? So we need to really align the assessment task, which must be standards based. Okay, so to proceed, let us try to focus, no, ourselves on the revised Bloom's taxonomy. It is now already Anderson and Cratwell's taxonomy since 2001. Before, no, it was the Bloom's taxonomy only, no, but then after the different studies, no, on what they made on the level of taxonomy or on the level of learnings of our learners, they found out that they need to revise, no, the Bloom's taxonomy. No, it was by Anderson and Cratwells because before, no, the highest form of taxonomy or learning levels of our learners is only on the evaluating. No, however, no, in the revised Bloom's taxonomy of Anderson and Cratwells, it became now a creation, and the evaluating is the second to the highest form of taxonomy. Okay, so I would like to give you in detail the framework that is to be of help in unpacking the learning competencies or the most essential learning competencies. This is what we call the KUD framework. Next slide, please. What is a KUD framework? KUD is also an acronym for knowing, understanding, and doing framework. So going back to the four steps of our unpacking of competencies, we will be guided with the KUD framework. If a teacher, no, is guided by the KUD framework, it will be easy for her or for him to unpack the learning competencies so that learners, no, will be able to feel that there was a friendly learning objective presented in front of them. Okay? Sige po, let's proceed. This will be the first learning competency, no, under the Bloom's taxonomy, which we refer to the KUD framework, the letter K, which is knowing. When a child, no, when a learner knows something about facts, people, dates, places, definitions, rules, vocabulary, data, information, and the like, which are being mastered because they are constant, no? The learners have already the letter K or the knowing level of taxonomy. This falls on the level 1, the remembering. So kapag alam po ng bata ito, then the learner, no, is showing already the level 1 Bloom's revised Bloom's taxonomy, which is under our Anderson and Cratwell's taxonomy. This framework looks like this. The competency level of knowing falls on the remembering, or the level 1 of the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Now, how do we say that a learner remembers things? No, there is a description that addresses the level 1 or the remembering taxonomy of the revised under the K framework, no, of the KUD. When a child could recall information, could retrieve relevant knowledge from long-term memory. Yun bang kahit noon pang elementary siya, no, now she is already in the senior high school, she or he still remember what, no, she was what she learned before. The identity, when he could identify, he could retrieve, and he could recognize and duplicate, list down, memorize, repeat, and reproduce. The very description of this falls under the level 1 of the revised Bloom's taxonomy of Anderson and Cratwell. The second one is what we call the letter U. The learning competency U, or understanding, no, we are referring to the description of the general principles, the theories, the big ideas. When a learner, no, could identify, could give the general principles or the theories from the big ideas, and could formulate essential questions, could answer essential questions, could give important generalizations, the learner understand what he reads or what he is learning at. As a result, no, when a child could understand, he could now analyze. Understanding falls on what taxonomy or what revised taxonomy? Let's look at the framework or at the chart. No? The KUD, or the understanding competency level, is equivalent, no, to the 4 levels of the Anderson and Cratwell's taxonomy. The level 2, the level 3, the level 4, and the level 5. So lahat po yan, no, fall on the understanding of the KUD framework. Why is understanding embraces, no, the 4 levels of taxonomy under the revised Bloom's? Because, no, the root of all learning starts with understanding. But of course, the prerequisite is on remembering. So the descriptions are written on the understanding, the applying, analyzing, as well as the creating. There is a corresponding description for each level. Level 2, understanding. Level 3, applying. Level 4, analyzing. And the next level, please, the evaluating. Okay? It is still under the understanding competency level of our KUD framework. When a child could make judgments and justify decisions, could coordinate, could measure, could detect, then a child is already on the level 5 of Bloom's taxonomy. That is evaluating. He could evaluate. But when a child could apply things and could analyze things, still on the U, but then the level may be on the level 2, understanding, on the level 3, applying, and on the level 4, which is analyzing. So with this, no, of course, we are aiming for the highest form of the revised Bloom's taxonomy, which is the letter D in the competency level of the KUD framework. So what is letter D? The letter D is what we call doing. No? What a learner can do to demonstrate his or her understanding, then doing is being performed by the learners. Now, where does doing falls on the revised Bloom's taxonomy? Let's see the chart. Okay? The doing is on the highest level, the what we call creating. No? The description in creating is that when you see or when the teachers see that the learner could already put elements together to form a functional whole, if he can already create a new product or point of view on his own. He could generate, he could hypothesize, he could plan, he could design. Parang tayo po, no? He could develop, produce, construct, formulate, he could assemble, devise the learning competencies presented, then a child is showing the highest form of taxonomy, which is the creating. This is our goal. This is our goal. This is what we need, that our learners, no, will come up to the level 6, because this is the very aim of the department, that we will be creating a learner who is a lifelong learner. Di po ba? That's why, no, when they craft the most essential learning competencies, they consider the competencies which are endurance. Enduring in a fact that even the learner is not anymore inside our classroom, he could still use those competencies, those skills learned inside the classroom on his everyday life. Okay? So to proceed, now, this is what we call the KUD framework that we wanted to establish among our learners and among our teachers. That the KUD framework should be seen like this, that the KUD, the knowing, the understanding, and the doing competency level based on the level of taxonomy of Anderson and Krathwohl's, or what we call the revised taxonomy, we are now guided on how unpacking of the most essential learning competencies is happening inside our classroom or inside the classroom of our teachers. Okay? So whenever we do the classroom observation, be it online, be it face-to-face, or whatever platform or learning delivery modality you would like to extend to, then find out if the teacher really is unpacking the learning competency. And you will see later, no, as we detailed the unpacking of the learning competencies, the importance of this unpacking on the part of our learners. Siguro po, no, when all teachers could unpack, no, the most essential learning competencies wherein children or learners find it so difficult, no, they will meet the level of expectations across the learning area. At pag nangyari yon, of course, no, we will have, no, a very nice performance in our school and in our division. Okay po? So let us have an example of unpacking the learning competencies, no? The learning competencies example given here is in English 7. The competency is on distinguishing between slang and colloquial expressions in conversations. Okay? We will be applying the 4 steps. Next po. Okay? The competency on distinguishing slang and colloquial expressions in conversations need, no, to come up with the following steps. First thing, what do we do? What do we do? You have to identify the concept, the knowledge, and the skills. And in identifying the concept, the knowledge, and the skills, we should be guided by what? By the nouns and by the verbs, isn't it? Because the nouns will tell us the concept, and the skills will, the verb will tell us about the skills target. And in identifying po the concepts, the knowledge, and the skills, we need to unpack the prerequisite skills. When we say prerequisite skills, these are the skills needed first by the learner before he could perform or he could address the target skill. What is our target skill in this competency? Distinguish. And if we will be looking the word distinguish in the Bloom's taxonomy, saan po siya? It falls on analyzing. Okay? So, therefore, we need to identify what are the prerequisite skills under those skills, those target skills. So from the applying, which is our target skill, try to look all those taxonomy under the applying. They are considered what we call the prerequisite skill. Like for example, in this competency of distinguishing between slang and colloquial expressions in conversation, under knowing, no, which is very important that our learners should know, she or he should define first what slang and colloquial language is before distinguishing the difference between the two. First, she or he needs to define slang and colloquial language. Another, let her or let the teacher lead the learners to give examples of colloquial words. Then identify colloquial words found in a text. Found in a text. So whatever is found in a text based on what is being identified, such as colloquial and slang, then we are unpacking the knowing stage or the level 1 level of taxonomy of our learners. So pag nakuha natin yan, we already addressed the first prerequisite skill. Now we go to the next. What is our target skill? Distinguish. No? So distinguish. Hindi pa po tayo tapos doon. Okay, it falls on understanding because the understanding comprises of the 4 levels of revised Bloom's taxonomy, the level 2, 3, and 4. Okay, understanding, applying, analyzing, and creating. In here, our target skill is distinguish between common, slang, and colloquial expression. So to see, no, if the learners understand already the slang and the colloquial expression, let him use the slang and the colloquial words in the sentences. If he could use, no, them in a sentence, then understanding is being applied. So, nauunawaan na niya. Then, you can now have the target skill of distinguishing between common slang and colloquial expressions. Because if a child or if a learner could give his own example of slang and colloquial words, then he do understand it. That's the time he could distinguish now, no, what is the difference between slang and colloquial expressions. So we targeted already the target skill of distinguish. Actually, we can stop there or the teacher can stop there because our very aim is to come up with addressing what is essential and what is our target skill, concept, and knowledge in the learning competency. But then again, no, as what I've made mention a while back, we are always aiming for what is the highest form of taxonomy, which is on creating. So we can still proceed to the highest level, which is doing. How? Based still on the learning competencies, we can have them compare, no, or compose a dialogue using slang and colloquial expressions. Composing is already creating because it will come out from the output of the learner. Or you can let them role play the composed dialogue. If it happened, then we are addressing the highest form of the taxonomy, which is the doing or the creating. The doing in the KUD framework and the level of creating, level 6, creating on the revised Bloom's taxonomy. That is how we unpack using the 4 steps, no? So take a look at the assessment map, no? So that it will be easy for our teachers to be guided in unpacking the competency. Proceed po tayo next. This is an example of a competency and assessment map using our KUD, no? Our KUD framework, the knowing, understanding, and the doing. So if our competency is distinguish fact naman from opinion, sa ano to, sa grade 3 level, distinguish fact from opinion, try to see what is our content. Of course, The noun here is the fact and the opinion. Then our content, knowledge is the fact and the opinion. What is the skill? Again, it is distinguished. How do we unpack the learning competencies based on the knowing, understanding, and doing framework? So tingnan nyo po. Under knowing, let the learners define, no? Define fact from opinion. On the understanding, let the learner identify factual statements from an opinion, and up to the doing part, they can you can have them write, no, factful and opinion statements. So what did I ask you, what did I tell you a while back? That we need, no, to assess, no, to use assessment task which is standard based. So what is appropriate in defining fact from opinion, or defining fact and opinion? So we can have here a sentence completion. What else? In the understanding, no, what assessment task is standard based in identifying factual statement? You can have sentence analysis, you can have a short paragraph analysis. And in doing, or in the creating, in writing the factful and opinion statements, the assessment task based on the standard is they can write a descriptive paragraph with factful and opinion statements on their own. So if the teacher could create this competency and assessment map, it will be easy for him or for her to unpack, no, the difficult learning competency presented for the day or for the week. Kasi po there is really a need, no, for the learning competencies in the most essential learning competencies to be unpacked para mas magaan sa bata, and so that they could come up with what we call a comprehensible output. There must be a comprehensible input coming from the teacher or the teachers. Okay? So to proceed, that is an example po of a milk with a grade 3. We also have grade 6. So ganyan pa rin siya, no? You just follow po the 4 steps, no? The first step, I will repeat, come up with an identification of the content and the skills, and you will be guided by the nouns and the verb. The second one is to identify the content complexities with the help of the revised Bloom's taxonomy of Anderson and Cratwell. You can use, or you can come up with a competency and assessment map. And then create a student-friendly learning objectives wherein you try to unpack, you try to unfold, unpack the prerequisite skills, no, para po makarating siya doon sa pangunawa doon sa ating target skill. And finally, of course, no, we need to come up with an evidence of learning, yung ating assessment. So lahat po yan ay magkaka-partner. It's not only in the grade 6, we also have a competency here for what we call senior high school, for the grade 11. So there is really a need for us, no, to motivate and encourage our teachers during our classroom observation to really focus on the unpacking, because it is very important. It's very important that our teachers know how to unpack, not only in the English or in the Filipino or in the science, but across all learning areas. Siguro minsan po nagtataka tayo, no, based on the data. Why is ESP? Meron pa rin tayong learners who did not meet expectations. In my own mother tongue and in the Filipino, why there are still learners or students who did not meet expectations? Most probably there are so broad learning competencies that were not unpacked by the teachers. And so this time po, sabi nga po ng mga nag-share sa atin, no, during our enhancement training on content, as well as on the bridging with our K to 3 and 4 to 6 learners. So sabi nila, unpacking is still very gray on their part during the school year 2020-2021. But this time, no, we already know, we realize that really unpacking is very important, and we are now guided by the 4 steps in the English as well as the 3 steps po in Filipino. Actually po, I also prepared 3 steps of unpacking the milks in Filipino, and I will be showing that to you. Sige po. So madali lang kasi po yung aking discussion. Proceed po tayo, no? I'll be sharing with you the 3 steps in unpacking the most essential learning competencies in Filipino, okay? So halimbawa po, no? Ang competency natin ito na galing sa grade 2. Imagine, galing po ito sa grade 2 na isasalaysay muli ang binasang teksto ng may pagkasunod-sunod sa tulong ng mga larawan, pamatnubay na tanong at story grammar. Guided naman po siya. Pero mahirap pa rin para sa grade 2 ang maisalaysay muli ang binasang teksto gamit ang story grammar. So anong kailangan natin? We need to unpack this competency. Sige po, let us unpack using our 3 steps naman, no? Step 1, identify the target skills and the prerequisite skills. So pinagsama yung identify target skills natin and prerequisite. On our step 1 on the 4 steps is to identify the concept, the knowledge, and the skills in the learning competencies. Dito, identify the target skills. So ano po yung target skill natin? Yan, yung naka-red, no? Na isasalaysay muli. Yun yung target skill natin. Bakit? Kasi ito yung verb, di ba? Skill, no? Ang guide natin ay verb. So, naisasalaysay muli ang ating target skill. Now, naisasalaysay muli ang binasang teksto ng may pagkasunod-sunod, pamatnubay na tanong at story grammar. Dito sa ating target skill, no? Paano natin makikita yung mga prerequisite skills? We go now to the consultation using the what we call revised Bloom's taxonomy. Next po. Ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina. Before, no, when the taxonomy is in a form of a noun, the evaluation is the highest form of taxonomy. The knowledge is still on the level 1. But now, in the be verb form, no, kasi kailangan talaga action, no? Kailangan talaga may pakita po yung skill, performance standards kasi pinag-uusapan natin dito. It became now the creation or to create yung ating highest form of taxonomy. So, based on the revised Bloom's taxonomy, next po, saan po makikita yung ating sinasabi na naisasalaysay muli? Next slide, please. Okay. So kung titingnan po natin, ang naisasalaysay muli ay nasa creating part. To create, no, a story out of what they have learned. They will rewrite or they can rearrange, no, the story, the text read or listen to. So nasa creating siya. Ngayon, ang dami-dami po noong mga taxonomy bago yung creating. Di po ba? Sige po, next slide po. Tingnan natin. Balikan natin yung ating competency na naisasalaysay muli yung binasang teksto ng may pagkasunod-sunod sa tulong ng mga larawan, pamatnubay na tanong at story grammar. Ano po yung target skill natin na isasalaysay muli na nasa creating? Now, what are the prerequisite skills of pagsasalaysay muli or muling pagsasalaysay ng kwento? Yung lahat po ng nasa ibaba ng level 6 or creating ay mga prerequisite skills. Meaning, the teacher should unlock the remembering, the understanding, the applying, analyzing, and evaluating level of taxonomy on the part of the learners because these are the prerequisite skills. Pag hindi po ito nangyari, hindi po makapagsasalaysay muli ng kwento or kung ano man ang nasa part ng creation or creating na competency na ibinigay natin o na ibinigay ng mga teachers natin sa kanila. So, what are we going to do now? Let's go now to the next step. Step 2. What is step 2? No, we already identified the target skill. Now, let us try to identify the content and the prerequisite contents if necessary. Ano po yung content natin? Next po. Sa ating competency nito, yung content natin ay yung tinatawag nating nouns or pangalan sa Filipino. Ang content natin dito ay yung binasang teksto. Di po ba? Maliban po sa binasang teksto na kinoconsider nating content or the main content of our competency, we still have there larawan, mga tanong, at story grammar. So talagang napakalaki po nito. Napakahirap para sa grade 2. Pero yan po ay nasa most essential learning competencies in Filipino ng grade 2. So, look for the nouns. Identify the content. Ang content natin, binasang kwento. Guided by another larawan, tanong, at story grammar. So, na-identify na natin yan. Ano ngayon ang susunod nating gagawin? Okay? We go now to the step 3. Sige po. The step 3 is already the unpacking, no? Mag-a-unpack na tayo. So, naisasalaysay muli ang binasang teksto ng may pagkakasunod-sunod sa tulong ng mga larawan, pamatnubay na tanong at story grammar. Simulan natin. Ano po ba yung target skill natin na isasalaysay muli? So, bago maisalaysay muli ng bata ang binasang teksto, kailangang i-unpack kung ano ang kailangan sa teksto mula sa remembering papunta po sa evaluating. So sa remembering, kailangang makilala ng bata ang mga elemento o bahagi ng teksto. Right? So kapag na-unpack ng teacher yan, that falls on remembering. Pagkatapos, no, under understanding, kailangang maibigay yung payak o simpleng buod ng binasang teksto sa tulong ng mga bahagi ng teksto na ibinigay o inunpack ng teacher. So, guided siya doon sa bahagi ng teksto on his own, maaari na niyang maibigay yung simpleng buod. Pag naibigay niya yon, you are now unpacking the understanding, the level 2 of the Bloom's taxonomy, revised Bloom's taxonomy. Pagkatapos, no, hindi pa tayo tapos after understanding kasi nga 5 yung dapat nating palitawin. Evaluating, analyzing, applying, understanding, and remembering. So nasa pangalawang level pa lang tayo. So sa pangatlo, kailangang maisasadula yung pinakagustong bahagi ng teksto. So nandun pa rin yung teksto, no, na gustong-gusto nila ipasadula ito. Then after that, no, if they do it, they are now on the applying level of taxonomy. Still, no, on the part of the understanding or on the second part of the framework of the KUD, which is applying, kapag analyzing, kapag nakumpara yung mga iba't ibang tauhan mula sa teksto, ang bata ay nagsisimula ng magsuri ng mga tauhan sa kwento. Kilala na niya yung mga tauhan kasi nga pinakilala na ng teacher doon sa remembering part. And of course, pag nasuri ng bata yung mga tauhan sa kwento, maaari na niyang maibigay ang kanyang sariling opinyon kung paano masosolusyonan yung suliraning nakita sa teksto. So, dito po, na-unpack natin yung skill. Skill pa lang ito, di ba? So, na-unpack natin ang skill. Ang susunod ay ang content. Ang content po natin, next step, ay we are referring sa binasang teksto, di ba? So, paano natin maa-unpack, again, using the KUD framework, itong binasang teksto, tulong ng larawan, pamatnubay na tanong at story grammar. So, again, start with remembering. Kailangang i-unpack ni teacher ang pagsasabi ng mga iba't ibang pantulong na salita at pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga pangyayari gamit ang mga larawan. Maaaring una, pangalawa, sumunod, pinakahuli or sa wakas, di ba? So yun yung mga pamatnubay na salita upang makabuo ng isang pagsasalaysay ang bata ng may pagkakasunod-sunod sa tulong ng mga larawan. Pangalawa, understanding, no? Kailangang ipakilala yung mga pamatnubay na tanong na ginagamit pagkatapos bumasa o makinig ng kwento. Kailangan ma-unpack natin sa bata kung saan at paano ginagamit ang iba't ibang mga pamatnubay na tanong katulad ng ano, sino, kailan, bakit, paano. Right? Kasi pag yan po ay na-unpack, mauunawaan ng bata yung kanyang binabasa o yung kanyang narinig kung pinarinig man ito. And finally, we can come up with the three other level of taxonomy: applying, analyzing, and evaluating. Because with this, pasok ang lahat na ipaliliwanag ang halaga ng mga bahagi ng story grammar. So kailangan pa ring i-introduce ang story grammar sa kanila at kailangang maipaliwanag yung halaga ng bawat bahagi ng story grammar. So kahit po gumagamit tayo ng mga graphic organizer, kapag hindi ito akma o hindi ito angkla sa learning competency na tina-target mo, mahihirapan ang bata. So there is a need for what we call a standard-based assessment task. No? And finally, no, pag nakuha natin yung tatlong steps na yan, in this time, we can now come up with our target learning competency, skills and content. Doon pa lang po nila maisasalaysay muli yung binasang teksto ng may pagkakasunod-sunod sa tulong ng mga larawan kasi na-unpack yan, pamatnubay na tanong, at story grammar. Kapag po ito yung nangyari, expect, no? At least 95% if not 100% makakapagsalaysay muli ng binasang kwento ang bata. Hindi kasi siya nabulunan, no po? Hindi siya nabigla. We were able to create a student-friendly learning objective. At asahan natin that the evidence of learning will become successful. So yan po, ganyan lang kasimple, no? I believe, sabi ko nga, ito ay para sa mga teachers, yes, true, but we should monitor as school head, as supervisors who are in charge of instructional supervision, the way our teachers present or process the lesson to their learners. So with that, yun po, no? I think tapos na ako. We can be guided po with this template, no? If you want to have it, no? Unpacking of learning competencies using the KUD framework, guided po by next slide please. Guided po by the Bloom's taxonomy or revised Bloom's taxonomy of Anderson and Krathwold. Yan po, although maliit lang, but I can give it to you, no, how to unpack competency using the assessment map. Tandaan po natin, no, our most essential learning competencies truly, no, they come from the K-12 curriculum guide. But let us not remain curriculum as curriculum guide only. Next slide, please. Let us have this curriculum guide, no, not a paper, but a live one in the classroom. Because a curriculum guide is just a piece of paper. Unless enlivened in the classroom, there will be no learning. And with that, thank you so much po and a blessed morning to all of you.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Cherry G. Vinduan. Maraming salamat po. And sabi nga po, from the introduction up to unpacking with the up to unpacking of milks, up to the application of those unpacked milks, ina-explain po maayos ni Ma'am Cherry. Sabi nga niya, yung panghuli niya, let us make this curriculum not just a paper. And that would probably properly bridge us to the next topic, which will be presented to us by Sir June, our education program supervisor in the learning area of English. Ang sabi po niya, tama yung sinabi ni Ma'am Cherry, let us not make this curriculum just a paper, no? So, ito po ang sagot dyan. So, we are very familiar with the term curriculum and we are very adept with the term innovation. However, paano nga ba natin i-innovate ang curriculum? Yan po ang ibibigay na topic sa atin ng isa sa mga pinakamabait, pinakamagaling at uh, marunong sa pagdating sa curriculum innovation. And this curriculum innovation is an offshoot of the regional curriculum innovation na inattend po ng ating mga CID members. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Sir June Kunanan to present to us curriculum innovation model. Sir June.
Okay, so happy noon time na. Okay, so thank you so much, okay, Sir Wesley, for the very generous introduction. And I know, okay, that this time is probably an early hour because you're probably torn, okay, between taking in, okay, some food or taking in, okay, my discussion, my ideas. Okay, nevertheless, I will be, okay, taking you into the journey of providing you some comprehensible inputs as regard, okay, curriculum innovation. So at this point po, allow me to share to you my slide decks. And I think, okay, this will also be shared, no, with the rest of the PowerPoint presentations shared or used, okay, by our dear resource speakers po. Can you see, Sir Wes, the PowerPoint now? Nakikita na, Sir Wes?
Sige po, sir. Yan po, sir. Okay na po.
Okay na? Okay. So again, okay, my topic is going to dwell on discovering the needs, the principles and models of curriculum innovation. And at this point, now I will be using the ideas, okay, the presentation of Dr. Beng R. Obo, the Head Curriculum Development Office from De La Salle University, Dasmariñas, who was one of our resource speakers in the regional training on curriculum innovation, but I also, okay, included a lot of enhancements in this particular presentation po. So a while ago, okay, you were presented with so much data by the chief of the CID, Dr. Celia Lacanlale, and probably most of you were overwhelmed with the data, given, okay, that those data speak well of what, okay, we have been doing for the past, okay, 1 year at SDO Pampanga. And probably no one, okay, could contest the validity and reliability of the data, given, okay, that those actually came from you. So we just, okay, facilitated yung survey, and then these are the results, okay, that we got. And looking at all, okay, the data, probably you're thinking now, okay, whether what you have done for the past 1 year since the start of the pandemic is really worthwhile, or worthy of really recognizing and appreciating, given, okay, that we have a large number of learners who did not meet grade level expectations. And so somehow it should not be really a point for happiness, for joyfulness, okay, given that the situation is not really as good as it may seem. So given the critical and overwhelming data, as a school head, what would you rather do? Will you bring it, okay, to mind, or just never mind? Kasi ang daming data eh. You are overwhelmed, no? And there are still a lot of things, a lot of works, okay, to do, to perform. And you don't know exactly where to start, no? What to do, how to plan, what specific design will you be implementing. So, given, okay, this question, no, bringing it into mind or never mind, it's your choice. But again, your decision, okay, should be for, no, the advantage. It should be okay for the betterment, for the improvement, no, of our learners, who are our main targets and our main beneficiaries. Given the critical and overwhelming data, would you rather conduct innovation or no innovation? So a very good, okay, leader, a very good school head, okay, would probably do everything he or she can, no, just to be able to address, no, arrest the problem at hand. But others, okay, might just be very complacent and would rather, no, just let it pass. No, anyway, retirable na rin naman ako, no? And few months, okay, from now, exit na ako sa DepEd. So, what impact, okay, will it probably, no, bring to my learners, okay, and my teachers if I am going, okay, to, no, uh, still, no, tire myself from doing a lot of innovations. So you would rather go for innovation because you think, no, that since the department, no, yung Department of Education, sabi niya, school head empowerment, sabi niya. But then you probably think that this is an invasion of your empowerment. And so you would prefer, no, not to innovate anymore. Or given the critical and overwhelming data, would you rather flourish or perish? So flourishing, okay, would mean that you are going to implement, no, design, plan, no, necessary curriculum innovation in order, okay, to uh, help improve, no, the quality of education, the delivery of learning in your respective schools. Or you just, okay, simply perish, no, mawawala ka na lang, magre-retire ka, okay, after a few years, and no one, okay, would remember you. Hindi ka nila matatandaan. Why? Because, no, when you were still at DepEd, you did not do anything, no, to address, no, to assist, to help, okay, our learners and teachers, given, okay, that it's your main mandate, your main, okay, responsibility as a school leader. And so, my dear school heads and all our, okay, participants in this webinar, there are only two things, okay, that we could possibly, no, where we could possibly, no, lead to. And it's either, okay, we innovate or we stagnate. But I do believe, okay, that being leaders, no, lahat tayo, no, our main goal is basically to mold, no, to enhance, no, the learners that are given within our care. And so I do hope, okay, that everyone will innovate rather than, no, think of stagnating or stagnation. So sana wala pong mahimlay, no, sa kadiliman, okay, ng buhay. And do nothing about, okay, what is to be done, no, given the worsening, the critical situation that we are experiencing right now because of the new normal education. And so, it is just, okay, fitting po to start, no, with the definition. What is innovation? So at least, okay, you know and you have an idea of what, okay, innovation is all about. So innovation means doing things in new ways. And in curriculum, it means adopting different designs for learning to help make learning more meaningful for 21st century learners. Which is why, no, whenever you plan, okay, to implement innovation, what, okay, you need to do is basically to uh, to make it congruent, no, with uh, the goals, no, of the curriculum, no, the vision, no, the mission, the core values, no, that we target relative, okay, to what the Department of Education as well as the national government would like our learners to develop. Because first and foremost, no, our targets are always our learners, because because they will be our future leaders, and they will be the one to shape our society. Some practices in education have become outmoded, and learning experiences should be redesigned to be more relevant to student interest, abilities, and cultures. We are now into the 21st century. No? Nasa new normal na nga po tayo, and we would not probably experience anymore going back to the old normal. And so there is really a dire need for us to live, no, with what is at present. Make do of the things, okay, that have to be implemented, things, okay, that have to be, no, done, no, at the moment, because, no, these are the things that we need, okay, to perform. But then again, we should also, no, learn from our past experiences, because this will somehow help us, no, develop, form a clear, okay, picture of what we intend, no, to accomplish, to do, no, to perform in the next, okay, few months or few years, no, to be able to succeed, no, the challenges of the times. And so given all those, no, conditions, what do we need to do now? So kayo po, mga dear school heads, no, more than 600 of you, each one, no, each one, no, is attending, okay, to hundreds of learners, to, no, a big number, okay, of teachers in your respective schools, your community, no, yung mga stakeholders ninyo, all those who are counting on you, no, to be able to provide, no, and take our learners into more meaningful learning experiences despite the many challenges and limitations that we experience right now in the new normal education. And so what are some, no, of the needs that we need, okay, to implement, that we need, okay, to do as school heads? So schools should reimagine education and accelerate positive change in teaching and learning. So it's impossible, okay, to implement the same, no, the same methods of teaching, okay, strategies, modality now, given, okay, that there is really limitations. And as, okay, school heads, are you taking the lead, okay, in your school to be able to think of more creative ways on how you can best accomplish the targets of the department? How do you assist, manage, okay, supervise learning, no, delivery modalities in your school? How do you help, okay, your teachers, no, in order to capacitate them to be more, okay, resourceful and creative in order, okay, to reach to the marginalized, no, specifically those who are assigned, no, sa mga uplands and coastal areas where the delivery of education is really a very challenging task. Schools should strengthen the articulation and flexibility across levels and types of education and training. An important element of resilient education systems in their flexibility which relies on strong articulation between levels and types of education, but also the capacity to mobilize alternative modes of delivery. It's only now, okay, probably, no, that we were introduced to a lot of learning modalities, no, given the 1 year experience that we, no, battled against, no, a lot of challenging issues, especially, okay, in the delivery of quality education. So you were okay with your teachers, you were with your stakeholders, more so, no, you got so close, no, with your learners, because unless you really, no, look into what their hearts, okay, speak out, unless, okay, you go into every heart and mind, no, of those whom you are catering, no, in your school, you will never be able to understand, no, their needs, their interests, no, as well as everything, okay, that they uh, need, no, to really acquire in order to be more productive in this time of pandemic. So evidently, when the K to 12, no, program was implemented, teachers, school heads, and even mga school stakeholders were really, no, empowered to implement, no, changes to enhance, okay, further the delivery of curriculum, no, instruction. And so, as prescribed, okay, by RA 10533, no, the DepEd shall adhere to the following principles in the pursuit of basic education program. So clearly, in this, no, dito po sa mga provisions na to, from letter A to D, we can see that indeed, no, there is a need to every now and then, no, enhance the curriculum depending on your context, depending on your conditions, situations, which is why pumasok po si contextualization, localization. But so far, since, okay, it has been implemented way back in 2013, how many, no, localized innovations, contextualized learning innovations have you so far implemented or conducted in your school? And if so, you did, what were, okay, the results? Are these, okay, worth, no, replicating? Did you somehow, okay, improve the quality of learning and teaching, no, processes in your school? Did the lives, no, of the community people, no, yung mga school stakeholders mo improve as you try, okay, to implement these different curriculum innovations? If so, then I, okay, congratulate you, because somehow you are really a 21st century leader. So dito, okay, we can see still, no, that indeed we have, okay, the support of the Department of Education. So no one, okay, could really contest, no, what we need, okay, to do in our school given, no, the situations that we experience. So ito po ang magba-backup sa atin, no? And then under letter H, no, specifically it says the curriculum shall be flexible enough to enable schools to localize, indigenize, and to enhance it based on their respective educational and social context. So ayan naman pala, empowered ang ating mga school heads. And being empowered, no, not just means, okay, that, no, you can do, okay, whatever you wish, no, to do in your school, but this, okay, have to be really, no, in accordance, okay, with what the needs of the school, no, the learners, the teachers, the school stakeholders, and so on. The production and development of locally produced teaching materials shall be encouraged and the approval of this material shall be devolved to the regions and divisions subject to approved standards and monitoring at the central level. So even when you are empowered, kailangan pa rin po that everything you do dapat coordinated yan sa SDO being your immediate no na DepEd office. So this is one way also for us to monitor, to track down, and if possible, if you succeeded in your goal, then this can also be a point for benchmarking by other schools, But of course, at our level, we also need to recognize and appreciate everything that you do in order to improve the quality of education. So ayan po siya. So under letter H. So this is now a point of realization that as school leaders, there is a need for us to be always guided by curriculum principles so that we would be able to succeed in every goal that we set for our schools, for our teachers, for our learners, and our school stakeholders. So curriculum principles are the values a school believes will give both learners and community the best chance of succeeding. Kaya nga po ang curriculum innovation kailangan congruent siya, sabi ko kanina, with the goals of the Department of Education. Halimbawa, the vision, the mission, as well as the development or enhancement of the core values, makatao, makabayan, makabansa at makakalikasan. So these are supposed to be embedded. Curriculum principles is like those by which you live your life and base important decisions on. So see how significant curriculum innovations in our daily lives as schools administrators. When deciding on curriculum principles, a school needs to consider what will give all its learners the best possible chance of becoming informed, well-rounded, happy individuals who are prepared for the next steps of their lives. So importante po ito, Why? Because our learners will be our future leaders, And we shape, we will be shaping society. So whatever we will be molding our youngsters right now will definitely make what society will be in the future. And so it's very crucial po. And so along the performance of our specific roles as leaders, as teachers, it is just very, very right to be guided by the principles for curriculum innovation and development. So one, yung constructive alignment of everything that we do in school. Kanina po you have heard Ma'am Cherry, Doc Cherry, presenting or discussing with you yung unpacking of the curriculum, the MELCs. So we unpack the most essential learning competencies. But after unpacking the most learning competencies, what do you need to do next? You will have to select appropriate learning opportunities. So this basically would lead to organizing yung mga learning opportunities na yan, experiences, and eventually there is a need to evaluate or to assess our practices, whether they are indeed improving the quality of learning that we provide our learners. Which is why we always adhere to the principle that the learner should always be at the center of every learning, no, learning process. And later on, I will be expounding on what this particular approach no would mean, connecting it with one of the models that I will be discussing. And of course, the need for a universal design for learning. So meron tayong K to 12 program. But then again, we are given the authority to uh, uh, localize, no, to be more flexible. However, we have to ensure that whatever the design, or even when we are following only a uniform design, this has to be helping our learners develop their full potentials. And so, meron tayong tinatawag na e-learning design, no? So, this is very evident, especially in this time of pandemic. Although before, when technology was first introduced, no, a lot of experts said that somehow in the future, yung mga teachers daw will be replaced by computers. But tingnan natin ngayon, nawala ba yung mga teachers? Hindi naman, right? The more the teachers became more in demand. No? Mas naging in demand tayo ngayon. And if you will be looking at the way how education is being delivered right now, probably nakakakuha kayo ng mga feedbacks from your parents, from the guardians, from learners, and probably they are all one in saying, admitting that still the best way to learn is face-to-face instruction when the teacher is right there in front of the class, discussing, explaining the lesson, even when the teacher is the most boring teacher. No? So ngayon nakikita nila how significant and critical the role of teachers are when it comes to providing quality education. So nagrereklamo na yung mga parents because they're not trained to assist their children in this time of pandemic. Which is why makikita natin that there must be active learning coupled with reflective practices by the teacher. But again, this have to be properly planned and designed by way of the different innovations that we implement in our respective schools. There should also be quality assurance for measuring course design and teaching, which is why sa atin at our level, kami sa CID, we were able to craft a lot of monitoring tools, assessment tools, and this will be further explained to you, discussed to you by Ma'am Paz Canlas, probably tomorrow po. And of course, the philosophies of teaching and learning. So let us now try looking at this continuum and see how well we can fit ourselves with the things that we are supposed to be doing at our level. So curriculum development innovation can be defined as the step-by-step process used to create positive improvements in courses offered by a school, college, or university. So what does it mean? So ang main target natin parate is to create positive improvement. That is why when we innovate the curriculum, there is no such thing as hit and miss, or trial and error. We just could not afford to create mistake. Why is that so? Because at our hands are the learners. So once we misdo, once we misuse, once we fail in doing what is expected of us, then everything is going to fail, and this nation is going to be in chaos. Which is why we have to be always correct all the time. So as the world continues to evolve, new discoveries have to be roped into the education curricula. So what are we supposed, okay, to do here? So given, okay, this condition, we also need, okay, to look into our past experiences, into our past, achievements. And this, okay, will form part of what, okay, we will be doing, in the future. What we will be, okay, implementing. So hindi puwedeng ito lang ngayon, yun lang nakalipas. But you will have, okay, to integrate, to consider a lot of things to be able, okay, to succeed, in this particular era. And so what have we been doing, no? So innovative teaching techniques and strategies, like active learning or blended learning are also constantly being devised in order to improve the student learning experiences. So in this time of pandemic, what have we made, our learners, okay, to do? May mga natutunan ba sila? So for one, they have learned, okay, to adjust to the new normal education. There are a lot of new approaches, strategies that we have implemented, and somehow, by the second year that we are implementing the distance learning modality, we expect that it's going to be better compared, okay, with our experiences last year. And we do hope, okay, that this would really happen now. As a result, an institution must have a plan in place for acknowledging these shifts and then be able to implement innovation. So this brings us now, okay, to the realization that if we have 439 elementary schools in SDO Pampanga, we expect also 439, curriculum innovation or more, depending on needs, context, interest of learners, teachers, and other school stakeholders. The same is true, okay, with our high school or secondary schools. If we have 123 junior high schools, then we expect 123 or more innovations, not less than, because every year we are always faced, okay, with different challenges in our educational system. So what then, okay, our teachers and school heads, okay, do? Ano yung mga pinaghuhugutan ninyo, no, ng pamamaraan? Of course, we know na discuss kanina ni Ma'am Cherry yung ating mga most essential learning competencies. And basically, okay, these are what, forming the very core of our curriculum. Kaya nga kailangan i-unpack sila and failure to do that would mean, okay, failure, ng teacher to deliver, okay, the curriculum, to deliver, okay, the right content. And so we need, to be able to incorporate and practice, demonstrate the following 6 effective teaching. So ano po yan? Demonstrates knowledge of content, demonstrates the knowledge of students, selects suitable instructional strategy goals, demonstrate knowledge of resources, design coherent instruction, and of course, the end goal of everything, okay, that we're doing, assessing learners' learning. Because from here, we would be able, okay, to identify and determine whether we are really achieving what, okay, what we intend, okay, to achieve, in the department. So let's now, okay, look at the overview, of curriculum models. So curriculum development encompasses how a curriculum is planned, implemented, and evaluated, as well as what people, processes, and procedures are involved. So you have here, okay, the key, factors, key elements in order, okay, to implement curriculum innovation in your respective schools. Curriculum models help designers to systematically and transparently map out the rationale for the use of particular teaching, learning, and assessment approaches. So tignan natin, no? There are a lot of, no? We have probably more than hundreds of curriculum models. No, we can search okay from the internet, but we will just be basically discussing. I'm going to share okay with you seven no na curriculum development models. And the first one okay being the product model. So the product okay model is results oriented. Grades are the prime objective with okay the focus no of uh, with the locus okay lying more on the finished product rather than on the learning process. It emphasizes okay plans, intentions, and ends. So I am being reminded no during my elementary and high school days, and probably you also experience okay the same thing, no? Kasi no mga panahong yon, no, talagang very much okay confused yung mga parents natin and even us okay when it comes to grades, 'di ba? And so they would fight okay for us just to be included in the honor roll. No? So we would not stay late at night, study our lessons just so okay we'll get a perfect score in the test. So eto, no, basically, yung ating product okay model. Actually, yung mga Chinese at saka yung mga Japanese, no, this is what they really adhere to. Kaya nga, tingnan natin, ang gagaling nila, okay, when it comes to math, no, when it comes to science. That's because, okay, they can memorize well, no, math formulas. They can solve, okay, problems easily. But, okay, somehow, poor naman sila when it comes to communication. When it comes, okay, to the use of the language. So what's the drawbacks? Okay, so this particular model discourages the creativity of both, okay, the teacher and the learner. Kasi nga po, two subject and exam bound. Yung pangalawa po, okay, is the process, okay, model. So the process model is more open-ended and focuses on how learning develops over a period of time. So it focuses on activities and effects, and it emphasizes on the roles of the teacher, the learners, and the learning skills. It focuses on the means rather okay than the ends. So it's more on formative, diba? So we look at the processes on at how no our learners no arrive no at the achievement of the target okay competency. And so yung formation nila ang tinitingnan natin yung processes okay more than the results. Kaya lang ang pinaka drawbacks po nito is that okay there is difficulty in applying the approach in some areas and neglect okay the consideration of appropriate content, especially for schools okay with very large numbers of learners okay in a particular class. So yung class sizes, definitely yung teacher dito could not possibly focus on all okay the learners given that there are 50 in his or her class. So ngayon po nang nangyari yan because I've been hearing some teachers, sabi nila meron daw 70 okay in one class, 60. My God, okay, so hindi na nga sila ma-meet no regularly because of the limitation of face-to-face or even okay yung online no na feedbacking and consultation. Tapos ang dami pa nila. So what will happen? Definitely, it's going to affect no, the performances of our learners. So models 1 and 2 need to be taken into account when developing and innovating curriculum. So hindi po pwedeng isa lang, no? It's impossible okay to be very effective by simply adopting no or implementing only one. So you will have okay to integrate one, two, or even more, no? Getting probably the best from all the models so that okay you can have a brand new curriculum model that would definitely no address whatever okay problem you would like to solve in your respective school. The third is the subject-centered model. So this one revolves around a particular subject matter or discipline, such as mathematics, literature, or biology. This design tends to focus on the subject rather than the learners. It is the most common model of standardized curriculum that can be found in K-12 public schools. So just before, di ba, bago nag-start yung school year 2020-2021, ano po ang nilabas ng Department of Education? The MELCs, Most Essential Learning Competencies. And out of the more than 3,000 3,000 plus na learning competencies based dun sa mga curriculum guide, here we are, ilan na lang, kakapiranggot na lang. Very much affected po yung English, no? Yung English. So sa English po, no, ilan ang naging ano namin, bawas namin. Only 7% remain out of the 100%. So 93% po